There's just one thing I was thinking about last night in terms of the HPL, and I'll just raise it now while I'm thinking about it. Whether there's an argument that the value of the HPLs has already essentially been lost by the nature of the use that's existing in terms of the subdivision. And, so something you might want to think about in terms of reply.
There was a matter I was going to raise too, and that's in relation to 3.10. Just have a look at that. Sorry.
3.10.
And this relates to Victor's evidence, and I just wanted to clarify something. So you'll see 3.10 is an exemption for highly productive land subject to permanent or long-term constraints. But when you look at 1, this exemption applies to activities not otherwise enabled under 3.7, 3.8 or 3.9, so it's not 3.6. Just wanted to make it clear the purpose of Victor's evidence and Mark's evidence was to use 3.10 and the structure there to deal with 3.6 when you were having to look at other reasonably practical feasible options, etc. So we'd use 3.10 and the factors in there to inform how we gave the evidence in relation to 3.6. We're not relying on 3.10 as an exemption per se. It was just to inform how we went about the 3.6 exercise. And I just wanted to make that clear.
Okay.
Just in relation to the point you've just made about versatile source being lost, it's a good one. We had asked Mr. Compton-Moen last night, I'm not sure where he'd got to prepare us a plan showing those existing titles, not only within the PC80 site and where the existing houses are, but also that LUC land to the north. So we'd ask him to prepare that overnight because we thought that might be quite helpful when you go out on your site visit, because you're going to go out there and see that there is quite a lot of existing development out there, which goes to your point. And I don't know where he is with that exercise, but we just thought that might be helpful for you before you go on your site visit.
Yep. Okay. All right, Ms. Hampson. Now I've read through your brief of evidence, and I see you've prepared a summary. So if you would just take me through that from paragraph 2. Thank you.
Certainly. Good morning. The applicant is seeking a change to the ODP to create a new 98-hectare area of Business 2 zone on Two Chain Road, and the site is currently zoned rural inner plains and under the ODP and sits outside the projected infrastructure boundaries shown in Map A of the Canterbury Regional Policy Statement. The site adjoins the corner of the existing industrial area, separated by Railway Road. It will increase the area zoned for industrial use in the Greater Christchurch area of Selwyn District by 25%, and the area zoned for industrial use specifically in Rolleston by 26%. Reviewing the area identified for future urban growth in the Canterbury Regional Policy Statement, i.e. consideration of any additional areas to support industrial activities, will only occur when a business development capacity assessment and future development strategy demonstrate a need for additional suitable development capacity. In other words, insufficient capacity in the short, medium or long term. I note that the proposed district plan has a similar requirement. As worded, this policy will mean that it is very important that the BDCA is appropriately estimating demand and capacity for industrial activities in Rolleston. My evidence shows that that may not have been the case in the BDCA in 2018, and it may not be the case in the future if the same approach and assumptions continue to be applied in the Selwyn capacity for growth model. I consider that the BDCA 2018 is likely to have underestimated long-term demand for industrial land in Rolleston and therefore overstated long-term sufficiency. The Rolleston industrial area is unique in its road and rail transport attributes, and it does not operate like many typical urban industrial zones. It is a strategically important industrial hub for the region and in the South Island, and a large portion of its demand drivers are unrelated to local growth. While Council has more up-to-date versions of the Selwyn growth model, including growth projections that show higher employment growth, there has been no further publication of sufficiency results by Council, with the 2018 Owl Space report findings on business land appearing to be the sole basis for planning and decision-making. Those 2018 findings are outdated and potentially limited in their ability to accurately reflect demand and capacity for Rolleston's remaining vacant industrial land. Yet Council is not required to publish a new BDCA or FDS until 2024. And I'd suggest that this is a long time to wait in the context of a high growth economy for greater certainty on Rolleston's industrial sufficiency. Based on my assessment, demand for Rolleston's industrial land is now higher than previously reported, and capacity has continued to reduce due to strong uptake of vacant sites since 2016. While there have been additions to capacity thanks to Plan Change 66, the net vacant capacity available for industrial and service activity is significantly less than reported in 2018. It is likely that industrial land sufficiency is lower than previously understood. A precautionary approach is therefore needed, and this is consistent with the NPSUD, which encourages the provision of more capacity rather than less. Mr. Foy and the Section 42A report have now confirmed at a high level that based on Formative's work for Council, a shortfall of industrial capacity to meet long-term demand in Selwyn District has now been estimated. The shortfall is set out in the memo supplied by Council on the 4th of October. So in light of the strong predicted growth in resident households in Rolleston, which will drive a portion of demand for industrial land, and the projected growth in population in Canterbury and the wider South Island that will drive demand for industrial land for manufacturing, processing, wholesaling, import distribution and freight handling in strategic locations close to ports, and the projected growth in demand for Canterbury's bulk and container-based export products that will drive demand for land for processing, product storage, warehousing, container filling, handling, storage, and freight in strategic locations close to ports. And the limited and diminishing supply of freehold vacant industrial capacity in Rolleston, and the high level confirmation that Council's modelling under the NPSUD now shows an insufficient industrial capacity to meet long-term demand, and the strategic importance of the proposed site due to its location and orientation to the rail network, and agreement from the economic experts that the economic benefits of the zoning request are expected to outweigh the actual or likely economic costs. I therefore support the rezoning of the land to Business 2A zone. The proposed land will provide additional feasible capacity that will allow Rolleston to enhance its reputation as a key freight-focused industrial hub.
Now that the memo was supplied on the 4th of October. I'm not sure whether I've been provided with a copy that you haven't got. That wasn't attached to your evidence, was it?
It's in the council's.
Is it in the 42A?
I'm not sure.
I can't recall having seen it, but the simple point is if
Yes.
Yeah, that's not.
Right.
We
So
will
just to make sure it's available. Yeah, thank you. Okay. Now, just in terms of this is sort of a general question, really, in terms of the how supply, the adequacy of supply is estimated. It's just in response to an issue that was raised yesterday by Mr. Carter in terms of its relationship to population growth. Is it related to population growth?
It's partly. So when you're doing a BDCA, the big driver is employment projections. And those employment projections, when they're prepared, they take into consideration population growth and then other economic factors. That's generally the process you go through when you're developing them. So population is important. If population is going up, then that sustains a portion of industrial activity. And you'd certainly, there is a ratio perhaps of industrial employment that is commensurate with household growth.
In terms of Rolleston, does that sort of theory apply?
I think it does in part, and I think I mentioned that in my summary that it's not just about local drivers. I think this industrial area is relatively unique, and I think that's why I would caution a methodology that is, or an employment projection methodology that is perhaps more suited to a traditional industrial zone in an urban area where it is mainly servicing industrial household and business need. What's happening in Rolleston is driven partly by what's happening locally, but what's happening regionally and what's in the South Island and what's happening in terms of exports and what's happening in our ports. So it's far more complicated and therefore not just limited to what's happening in the township itself.
Okay, so it's not just about making industry in Rolleston. It's not just about making products for.
No, it's not. It's not just panel beaters and the sorts of things that households needs, and it's not just your businesses to support construction activity for housing. So yeah, it's much more than that. It's that logistics and freight and that kind of thing.
So the demand for industrial land in Rolleston, then, is that driven by, I feel like, the wider economic factors in terms of growth in agriculture throughout the South Island and those sorts of things?
Yes, absolutely. And also things even with COVID and supply chain issues and the way that businesses are responding to that now. The importance of having distribution hubs away from main industrial, metropolitan centres, which Auckland's a good example of kind of what's happened recently in terms of the pink bats and various products that have been reliant on staff, and when COVID hit there just wasn't enough staff. And so if they can stockpile some of those products in distribution centres around the country, then I think that's going to be a strategy that we'll see more and more as businesses realise that they were quite vulnerable to those kinds of conditions.
Is that something you have observed, or you're seeing it, anticipate it's going to happen more and more? Even though COVID's once it's been and gone, but the we don't want to test to that. But in terms of the so that was the lockdown exposed some real supply chain issues, didn't it? But you see those as potentially continuing, or as business? Do you see business altering its?
I definitely, I haven't seen any consents or anything that would back that up, but I think it's coming. And I've certainly talked to industrial developers around the country who are expecting to see these things in their regions, particularly the regions or the districts that are within a reasonable distance to key ports. So around Tauranga, around Hamilton, that triangle, Auckland, Tauranga, Rotorua even is potentially expecting that they could be in a good position to cater for some of that centralized distribution. So yeah, people are thinking about it and they're starting to talk.
Okay. Storing additional stock, I suppose, there's a cost for business too, which they need to, which we factored into that.
Oh yes, there's always cost to have products sitting somewhere, and the cost of having those buildings. But once they're built and the land's sitting there, then they're not a big drain in terms of operational costs, I would expect. I think that's partly relevant too, because some of the businesses that we're seeing attracted to Rolleston are not necessarily high employment generators, and that needs to be factored into the way that you model floor space and land demand when your starting point is employment. And that was one of the criticisms I had about the growth model, as I understand it, that they had underestimated the sort of the land extensive nature of some of the buildings that are going on here. And that was part of the reason that I think demand had been underestimated.
So, have you been to the existing industrial?
I have driven around it a while ago, but not recently. I don't live locally. No.
So you're familiar with what's there essentially.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Because I spoke yesterday. I can't even recall who I was talking to, but in terms of, might have been Mr. Carter, but in terms of the logistics, the move logistics, and the size of that building. And I'm unclear as to how many employees there are there, but yeah, I was trying to understand that. Yeah, and I can go through evidence on it, but it's probably more helpful if we just have a discussion about it. So, yeah, in terms of that employee numbers driving the capacity assessments, or yeah, can you just sort of just talk me through that again?
Yeah, so the way that the growth model works here in Selwyn is that they take employment and then they do two things. They work out the capacity of vacant land to provide floor space and to cater for employment growth. So they've looked at some floor area ratios in the past that are a sample of floor area ratios in industrial zones across the whole district. They've kind of plotted those. I think the average is quite low, about 28% site coverage. I'd have to double check that. But they actually modelled a much higher floor area ratio on the expectation that some businesses actually develop their sites quite extensively. But when you apply those ratios and they're artificial, or they're perhaps a little optimistic as to a maximum output, then you don't recognise all those businesses that actually need more outdoor space, manoeuvrable land. They need lots of parking. They might have a lot of truck movements coming and going. They don't tend to have they might have a big piece of land, but a smaller building.
Okay, so the FAR is based just on the size of the building.
Yes, it's the floor area ratio as to the land ratio that they're sitting on. It does take into account multi-storey, but generally in industrial areas, we tend to see a single-storey high building height kind of developments.
Okay. So how would somewhere like with the OPC and the storage of containers and those sorts of things, how would that?
Well, that's the thing. They don't have a lot of built space, but they have a lot of storage area. I was concerned in the past that the model had, or the way the assumptions had worked in the model, is that they had actually discounted sites that had very low building coverage and just assumed that they were vacant. Now, yard-based businesses often have just a small ancillary office space area or a building, and to discount those, that's a legitimate use of industrial land. So it's very important to not discount anything that just because it has a small floor area ratio.
Okay, this is sort of stating the obvious, but based activities obviously still take up the capacity of the land.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. I think the way I've approached it when I've done BDCAs in the past is, you think even things like a site to store buses on is a very important use and appropriately located in an industrial zone. And we've kind of, I know when we've done it in Queenstown, if it's a sealed site, they've asphalted the area, it's a permanent vacant lot. Even though there's no buildings on it, it's actually not vacant, it's been used as a permanent use. If it's a gravel area, often you might find the neighbouring business borrowing a piece of land just to park something on or store a piece of equipment. It's a temporary use, and we'd normally consider that maybe as vacant. But when they've put the effort into sealing the site, that kind of thing, then it's legitimate.
And sealing and those sorts of things isn't captured by the FAR?
Well, I don't believe it is. I think they ignored anything that had a FAR of less than 5%. But if you've got a very large piece of land, 5% of that actually is a blimmin' big building. So yeah, I think that was perhaps an assumption I wouldn't have made if I'd been making that model.
I suppose the way industry's gone in New Zealand in terms of we don't have those necessarily have those big manufacturing plants like we had previously, and going way back in terms of motor vehicle building, etc. And that was intensive and large scale buildings. But now it's more likely that those cars are coming in from overseas and being parked, and that's still occupying the land.
Yes. Another example would be, and just because I come down from Queenstown, but a camper van or a rental car place, often they occupy an industrial zone. They have a service area where they service the vehicles, so it's a legitimate service activity. But they've got a lot of places they need to park cars. So just because the service building's not very large doesn't mean you say it's a vacant site. It's just important to look at the nature of the activities that are there.
Yeah, okay. All right, so, yeah, I've just been dealing with a rental car storage application in Greater Christchurch, and again, that's about eight hectares. The buildings on that would be, I don't know, they're minimal, basically. Somewhere to make a cup of tea and have an office. So that's the sort of thing that could be, you know.
It's exactly the sort of thing, yeah, that we need to make sure that our models are capturing. I think just, yeah, we just need to be careful when we're making these models, and you know, I build them too. Just getting the assumptions right, because they're quite sensitive to some of those assumptions. And that was just one particular assumption I felt was perhaps limiting the robustness of some of the demand and the capacity side of the assessment.
Okay. And it's also your view that those assumptions can, or is it your view that those assumptions can become redundant, if you like, if there is a delay, you know, if you're talking about 2018 to 2024 period, those assumptions, the assumptions that may have been moderately accurate at the time are no longer accurate.
Yes, very much so, because some of the assumptions or the inputs to the model that they used, for example, was sort of almost prior to iPort getting going. And there wasn't a lot of sites or developed mesh blocks that they could use as part of their sample to identify floor area ratios and workspace ratios. And so when they were looking at Rolleston, they were actually taking from the older Business 2 zone, which has a slightly, you know, it has a different urban form from the new stuff. It's because that was more of a traditional urban industrial area. And those assumptions and those ratios are not applicable to the sorts of development we're seeing now in Rolleston, which is where it's taken on that freight-focused logistics kind of environment. I think the memo from Formative that was recently supplied has made some acknowledgement of those changes. It's uncertain if they've incorporated those into the model itself, but it is great that those are starting to be recognised.
And would that be, those sorts of issues be equally relevant in terms of whether regional councils identified the areas in the regional policy statement for future business growth?
Yes, so those areas actually are, because they're part of a growth strategy that's published, they actually are required to be incorporated into long-term capacity.
Yeah.
In a BDCA now. So yes, in those, and that's treated as vacant land. It's important to first take out around 30% or maybe slightly less for roads and landscaping, because those areas are gross zone, or they're not zoned, but they're gross land areas at the moment. So we need to scale those down a little bit. I think there's 100 hectares of land remaining in the projected infrastructure boundaries. So there's about 70 hectares potentially of developable land area or site area. And yes, you would apply the same assumptions in terms of the built form and take up of those properties.
Okay, so we've got the demand being higher. Have you considered the real estate evidence that's been produced in this area? Have you read the
Real estate.
Oh, yes, I have.
Yeah.
Yes, yes. Yeah, and that, in terms of, I think I mentioned that in my summary about the lack of freehold industrial land with a lot of the capacity that we've got at the moment. I did provide a capacity assessment of my own, which was ground truthed here in Rolleston, and I guess that's one of the factors I could have added to my analysis. I looked at stuff that was already consented, stuff that was already under construction, just as a way of really showing that it's a very quickly moving beast, what's happening here. And it is important to update it regularly. But if we'd then added another layer where we took out freehold versus lease to buy or build, that would have been another factor to perhaps consider. The problem is when we do those models, the BDCA models, we don't distinguish demand between those two types. Typically we don't go down to that level of detail.
No, not that nuanced.
Yeah. It's really important context though, and a BDCA needs to pick up that kind of information.
Okay. Can you just take me through your figure 5? I'm not planning to go through your evidence paragraph by paragraph.
No.
But if you get confused by my questioning, I'm sure you'll let me know. But just take me through that figure 5 and paragraph 22 of your evidence.
Paragraph 22.
Page 22.
Page 22.
5.
Yep, sorry. So this is the desktop study that we've done that was then ground truthed with Mr. Carter's staff. So this is kind of how I would approach a vacant capacity assessment, and I suspect that the Selwyn growth model did a very similar thing, although as we've discussed, I probably had a slightly different view on yard-based activity and vacant sites. But this is how I would have approached it. And so the blue areas identify the properties that are vacant entirely, and that don't have something under construction. And the reason we identify things under construction, it's really a contextual thing. But until a vacant site has employment within it, so in other words, the building is constructed and it's then occupied by a business, that is the point that it actually absorbs some of the demand that we projected in terms of employment growth. So until it's actually occupied, it's still vacant. That's my view. But it's important. What I have done is shown the sites that have already got something under construction at the time that we did the survey, so in July. It just goes to show that very quickly those, if we did the survey again and they had businesses within those buildings, they would be taken out of the picture. But they're vacant for now, or as at July 22 when we did the survey. So the dark blue is the vacant under construction. The light blue is just vacant sitting there, and the orange is vacant but has been consented for some form of development. Again, it's about thinking about the timing. If those consents given effect to, then they'll move into the construction category quite quickly. And then as soon as those buildings are finished and they've got a business in them again, they're out of the picture. They're no longer vacant. The pink sites, Mr. Carter, in discussion with Mr. Carter, there's quite a few businesses in here, quite large operations that know that they're expecting to grow in the future. And they have secured sites next to their businesses or nearby on the basis of land banking those until they need them. And they've done that on the basis that it's efficient for them to grow in the same location. They've obviously decided this is where they need to be. And because they know it's growing quickly, they've secured that land now. So even though it looks vacant from, if you're doing an aerial photograph, it's not available to the general market. It does cater for employment growth in terms of a projection sense, because we do expect businesses to grow. But in terms of new businesses wanting to come to Rolleston or move within the district, then that land's actually not available to the general market.
Okay, so it still has value in terms of capacity, but not available to the.
It has value to the businesses that are there at the moment, yes. I guess if in the future they decide they didn't need it, they'll just sell it. But yeah, that they've bought it on the premise that they'll need it soon.
Land banking and its use here in a specific sense. That may well be well outside your area, but I mean, is land banking of itself an issue in terms of capacity, not just buying the section next door, but developers that will
Developer inertia. Absolutely, yes. And I think that's why the NPSUD applies the margin of 15 and 20% and then 15% in the long term. I think one of the rationale for that was to try and account for land banking behaviour, so that councils weren't sort of fooled into thinking that this land was going to be developed. So, and it comes back to that zoning more rather than less, or at least sufficient, because of those sorts of activities.
Yeah, it's an interesting area, the whole competitive market, isn't it? I was looking at some reports that had come out of Melbourne in terms of, because they're going through the same issues about lack of capacity, mainly for residential, etc. But that seemed to be illustrating that rezoning itself doesn't make any difference, because developers won't, they're not going to, like any business, they're not going to flood the market and cut their profits.
Yes, market economics, and as a whole, as a company, we would strongly support the fact that outcome, that particularly in the residential market, it's a slightly different context for business, but for residential, just zoning more and more land is not necessarily going to solve housing affordability or bring prices down. It's far more complicated than that, and that's something our company's been quite vocal on. It's not very popular with some people in Emma. I think you need both, though. The way the market works for housing is you need greenfield and intensification, because it satisfies that location and building type requirement under the NPS. And I'm doing a lot of work in Rotorua where there's been a housing shortage and no greenfield land's been provided for a really long time. And even with their intensification plan change, it's that creates a significant amount of capacity, but it's going to take a while for the market to adjust to those new development typologies. And so in the meantime, you can't constrain the market, and greenfield is the easiest way to keep things moving. So you do need a balance.
Intensification of industrial land, is that something that's...
It's not a thing.
No.
No. Those provisions are really only for residential.
Yeah.
No. And I do have some concerns. I guess I raised it in my evidence around the approach in the Selborne growth model has been to include not just vacant, but vacant potential land, they call it. And I'm a little concerned, that's a little perhaps critical, that that's actually, businesses aren't going to go out there and go, oh, crikey, we didn't use our maximum floor space standard in the zone, let's expand. I mean, the reason they haven't done that in the first place, or they picked that site, is because they needed the land outside for storage or manoeuvring or other things. So to suggest that industrial zones will achieve the maximum floor area ratio is I think, fraught.
And if your figure 6 Page 26. Okay, so you've identified the projected infrastructure boundary and the urban growth overlay from the PDP. And you've made some points about that, and they include that the one beside the port zone doesn't follow property boundaries. Is that an issue for capacity?
I think it was kind of like what we were talking about before about land banking, is that when land is owned by multiple owners, sometimes it can take a little while to coordinate the development of that land, particularly when it's more efficient to develop it as a whole. And so, even before these landowners, if they are in fact different landowners, and I'm not sure just from the parcel boundaries, they'd need to go through a subdivision just to isolate their rural from their industrial zoning in the future. I think it's just a little barrier, perhaps a barrier or something that can slow development potential down. It's not to say that when we get close to the time that land is needed, that someone doesn't try and purchase it. So, yeah, and I would perhaps expect, unless those landowners are interested in industrial development, that might be the case.
Are you aware of any zonings that are occurring that have, to address that issue of land banking, I guess, have sort of a sunset clause in them? You've got to get on and develop it. I'm aware of it, perhaps for residential, but in terms of industrial, are you aware of any of that?
No, I can't think of any examples where that's been implemented.
All right. Just some clarification matters, really. In your paragraph 22, so we're talking about the ECG and background and overview. In 22, you talk about the preferred settings and results was never a key. Reporting on preferred settings and results was never a key deliverable. So what does that mean, or what's the relevance of that?
When Market Economics first built that model, I guess we built a kind of a control tab, if you like, that allows the user, which is the council, to adjust different settings. So whilst we made some perhaps recommendations or provided some results under certain settings, I don't believe that we were specifically advising the council on which settings should be applied. It was really a tool for council to use in the way that they saw fit. and, adjust things and see what that did and how that changed things.
Mhm.
So it was, that was really the intent of the build.
Okay, so it didn't have a user's guide, basically.
Well, it did have a
Instruction
technical, it
manual.
had an technical assessment that explained the variables and how to use it. It's pretty user friendly, relatively. So yeah, then it's up to council to take that and say, well, we're going to select this growth projection, we're going to select this floor area ratio setting and this one, and then they presumably came up with a scenario that they felt was the right one to report for their BDCA and the Our Space report.
Mhm.
That's my understanding. As I
Alright.
said, I wasn't directly one of the
No.
authors of that.
Right, so in 32, you just talk about the complexity. Right, you say, having attempted to quantify changes in demand and capacity across the model versions that I do have access to, I've decided that it's just too complex and have left it to council to communicate. So that's just,
Yeah, so because this model was developed by Market Economics, I have access to the files themselves. But some of the changes I can track through the various versions from the 2017 version to the 2019. But there's been more changes made, and I just without the context of why they were made or the discussions with council, I couldn't really get to the bottom of some of them. Picking up somebody else's Excel spreadsheet's never easy.
okay. And yeah, all models have limitations, as you pointed out, Ruben.
Yes, absolutely.
And so it's important to ground truth that with what's actually happening.
Yes, it's to bring in that other context and do ground truthing. And I think, well, I guess one of the key things I've really tried to emphasize is that things are changing really fast here in Rolleston, and updating your model regularly is therefore super important. We know that the growth projections here keep outdoing themselves, and as a result, you need to update these models regularly. Probably detected a bit of frustration in my evidence that, when you come to a hearing like this and you need some really good information, particularly when the policies and the objectives are directing you to these types of reports in which to base your evidence, to work with something that is out of date is quite difficult. And it was a relief, actually, or almost a validation to have the council admit just at the 11th hour that in fact my concerns are correct, and that there is now a shortfall in their models. And it's great that they've shared that at last.
Right, and by page 12, your figure 2. Again, just so I'm sure I understand what your supporting paragraphs are saying in relation to that, can you just talk me through that?
Yeah, so this is one of the data sets that I know had been updated in the model since it was published in Our Space in the 2018 reports. Council did update their employment projections, and that's shown by the grey line as compared to the blue line. They kind of took out that major assumption in the previous projections about the end of the the earthquake rebuild, kind of the construction sector change. And I guess at the time they also knew that population growth was higher, etc. So, and that's really great. They need to update those employment projections regularly. because I know that those projections went into the model,
Mm.
then that even just that alone, if you changed no other settings, that would have driven up demand much higher than had been previously reported.
Okay, figure 3, which is in your page 13. So you say in 54, it's, figure 3 is not, however, what industrial sufficiency looks like today.
No, so that's a graph showing what it looked like in the Our Space report or the 2018 assessment. And again, that was based on the 2017 version of their growth model, where we had that very limited demand, again, because of the end of the construction, the rebuild, and the very high assumptions around what was vacant capacity at the time. So the sufficiency is the distance between the top of those bars and that grey line. And yes, the model, based on the assumptions they made, did show a very large amount of vacant capacity. But if the bars are higher and the grey line is much lower, then sufficiency is different. And in actual fact, the latest information from council says that now the bars are higher than the grey line in the long term. So.
So is that in the memo?
Not exactly, no. So the memo says that they haven't updated capacity at a parcel level, perhaps like my figure we were looking at earlier. They've only deducted, I think, from their original starting point some uptake of land based on consents and some other information that they've gathered. So I think it's more of a high level approach. I expect they're doing, maybe they're going to do the parcel level one as part of their next full update.
Okay. Okay, paragraph 60, I was just asking, going to ask for some clarification about that, but I think you've already addressed that. So you're saying it was based on, it was the average of the B2 zones across the district.
Yes.
Then different now, yeah. Right, I think that was, just your paragraph 118, that the generally endorse the reliance on council to determine demand analysis. Yeah, just give me the key takeaway from that paragraph 118.
I think the whole point of the NPSUD was to ensure that councils produced really useful information that could be the basis of decision making. And that information has to be made available publicly. And I think there's an efficiency about council doing that work up front. So I guess the point is that it's not great to be criticised that we haven't done a detailed demand assessment when in fact the BDCA is there for that very purpose. So yeah, I'd argue that, and my preference always is to use council's information where it's available for consistency. So yeah, I don't think that was a job of the requester.
Mm-hmm. All right, thank you very much for your help.
You're welcome.
Mr. Turner, is it? Morning, sir. Right, good morning, Mr. Turner. Welcome. Now I've read your evidence and you've prepared a summary. So can you just read that to me from paragraph 2?
My evidence considered potential market for that part of PC 80 land considered highly productive, and that's by virtue of the LUC 3 classification on the PC 80 site, the LUC land. Understand the LUC land comprises of approximately 18.1 hectares at the east end of the site. There are many factors that go into a purchaser's decision to buy land productive purchases, including, but not limited to, size of land holdings.
Could you make sure that's turned off? Thank you.
And the nature of their ownership, resource constraints, including availability of water and nutrient allocation, the proximity to urban areas, the site-specific nature of the soils, and the ability to borrow and obtain finances from the bank to purchase such property. On top of this, it will be highly relevant what productive use a particular purchaser is looking for the use of that land. If I was to list the land for sale, the LUC land comprising PC80, whether on its own or in a combination with any other land comprising PC80, I would not foresee any potential market for anyone looking to use the land in a productive way. This is due to a number of constraints present for the site, including some specific and long-term constraints, particularly relating to water supply and nutrient allocation. If I was to list these properties as they currently are, I can see the potential market being to people who are looking to purchase for lifestyle reasons due to proximity to a harbour port. From my experience, I'm confident the LUC land is not able to be economically viable for land-based primary production for at least 30 years due to a number of long-term, some permanent on-site constraints. Consider that the development of the site as an industrial area as proposed by PC80 is appropriate, despite the fact that it can contain some 18.1 hectares of LUC 3.
Okay, so why do you say it's appropriate in terms of your expertise? Is it just because it's not I say the rezoning is appropriate. Is that simply because, in your view, it doesn't have any productive capacity?
Correct.
When you're looking at lifestyle properties, if you like, marketing it as a lifestyle property, yeah. What is for lifestyle reasons? Is that just somebody who wants a block of land that they end up spending half their life mowing lawns on?
Yes.
But yeah, I mean, does that the lifestyle is no business value at all? Is that essentially agribusiness?
Generally, our lifestyle is for the reasons of approximately to, yes, build up your own area, get some easy access to work or travel or schooling or whatever it may be, but generally speaking, those lifestyle blocks are not classed as productive properties, but these are house a couple of homes, cheap normally, or a loan or two, and it's really by default of the restrictions that are proposed for a productive site or for somebody to look at productive purposes from a lack of water, just a certain point, lack of infrastructure for some productive farming operations, the ability for somebody to go in there as a productive unit that has the ability to grow their business and look to add on in the future, and obviously from a nutrient perspective as well.
In terms of smaller blocks of land, and this is the 18 hectares is not in one title, but in your experience, are people buying land for for productive purposes, even though in a traditional sense it wouldn't be sufficient? So for whether it's for specialist organic production or lavender or whatever, those sort of little niche crops. Is that happening?
It does happen, but it tends to be location driven, so it tends to be more areas where it's surrounded by a large rural area or other farming activities, and they tend to be soaked up either by neighbours or by somebody that will be purchasing land that feels they're surrounded by other agricultural business or farms that they've got the opportunity to grow and expand in the future within that rural community. As opposed to this commercial residential industry. We don't see those smaller holdings closer to the residential areas or closer to town being sold for those purposes.
So that's the traditional market garden type.
Yeah, those are the ones. I mean, we sell more lifestyle small holdings throughout the Southern District than probably any other business that they've done for quite some time. We just don't see those sorts of buyers looking or in the mix for sort of properties.
Have you been onto the site, or are you familiar with the site?
Yes.
and you're familiar with the surrounding area as well.
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe that to me from from your perspective as in terms of rural real estate?
As for well, from the productive one,
Mm,
based on what we saw around there and further out, we wouldn't see it as something that's obviously highly productive, so it would be limiting I guess how we would promote the property. It's not seen as having the best soils in Canterbury or somewhere where we would see farmers looking to grow their business or even start their business. For that reason, we know a little bit about the history of it and I guess the struggles that some owners of that land have had in trying to grow crops or even a good summer like we had last year. It's crop yields not getting absolutely dismal compared to other areas of the plains.
that's generally water related, is it?
It is water, well, soil type.
Yeah.
Water, and is what you can do with that land in the future now relies on the previous history of the land, going back to like 1913 with nutrients baselines, what that's done in more recently as far as stock, intensification of stock, what you can do with it. So yeah, it's limiting.
Okay, and you've talked about in your paragraph 13, you've talked about productive farming purchases being disincentivized, purely because it's close to other urban development. Is that a common concern in terms of productive?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's definitely something a lot of our groups take to account, even when we are marketing dairy farms or dairy support or farming farms. That's quite common in areas, for example, areas like Derby or places like that. It's always a concern that buyers, as they get closer into where the urban centre is, for a number of reasons. There's their ability to grow those businesses that are spending there, their ability to infrastructure on those areas. There is concern from purchasers around, I guess, farming or running an intensive type productive operation, very close to lifestyle blocks or urban areas where they can be hooked in on. What are the concerns that they have? In that situation, it would probably more, all those would also relate back to what we spoke about, the ability to secure lending banks as to what they do with that land, which basically comes back to water and nutrients and factors that, I guess, buyers looking for productive land or to grow their businesses or to start a business producing something from that land have got better options to look at. Where there is a history of production on the land, higher fertility soils, and irrigation, which the banks always more conducive to manage.
All right, Mr. Turner, that was all I had. Thank you very much for your assistance. No, got it. Thank you. All right, the second. If you can take me through your summary of evidence from paragraph 5, probably.
Okay, thank you. I do have a small number of matters arising from evidence presented yesterday, so I'll put them at the end or intersperse as appropriate through this.
All right. Whatever you're comfortable with in terms of whether you want to address that now or as we go through.
Thank you. I think I'll just proceed and see how we go.
Yep.
Paragraph 5. Outstanding issues in regard to the Section 42A report, matters over which there remains disagreement between myself and the officer's report are set out below. The national policy statement on highly productive land obviously is also an outstanding issue. Limiting road access to two-chain road to one entrance on the basis of the evidence of Mr. Fuller, Mr. Carter, Mr. Compton-Moen and Ms. Lowenstein. One entrance is considered undesirable from a traffic management and efficiency and urban form viewpoint, including the set-head concerns expressed by Ms. Lowenstein. The proposal therefore remains for two primary intersections as specified on the ODP and a possible third secondary intersection, which is not specified on the ODP.
What do you mean by secondary? That's just
A lesser status road.
okay.
Effectively, so the applicant is uncertain whether one would be required, but it may be desirable from a subdivision development viewpoint once they get into the detailed design of the zone. So we have left that open as an option. It's the two primary roads are required by the ODP, but the secondary road isn't. Landscape treatment on the southern boundary, that's the rail corridor frontage. This is not accepted as it is considered both impractical and unnecessary. The impracticality of requiring landscaping arises from the rail sidings that are anticipated to extend into the site. It is not known at this stage how many or where those sidings will be located, nor the extent to which those sidings may require clear visibility or sightlines for safety. Mr. Compton-Moen has expressed the view that the rail corridor and State Highway 1 are not sensitive to visual effects from industrial development and as such do not require landscape screening. Retention of trees on the eastern boundary. Again, this is not accepted on the basis of Mr. Compton-Moen's evidence where he stated that he considers tree retention in its location as unnecessary, given the adjoining area is not, in his opinion, sensitive to visual effects from industrial development. The National Policy Statement on Highly Productive Land, both the officer's report and my evidence are generally in accordance as to the relevance of the NPS to the site. We agree the site contains highly productive land, around 18 hectares of Class 3, and we agree that those soils are defined as highly productive until such time as Environment Canterbury undertakes a soil mapping exercise required of it by the NPS. We also agree the key issue with regard to clause 3.6 of the NPS is the reference to the HBA. My evidence states that I'm unable to reach a conclusion on the extent to which the merits or adequacy of that HBA are relevant under the clause. And as with Ms. White, I defer to the applicant's legal submissions on this matter. Turning to the submitter's evidence, now the Department of Corrections, and we canvassed that somewhat yesterday, but I'll run through that again if that's all right.
Yes.
Mr. Dale, in his evidence on behalf of the Department of Corrections, has stated that he considers the rule amendments that I have set out in my principal evidence in response to the Department of Corrections submissions and engagement are appropriate. He has requested some further minor amendments to the rules and assessment matters, and I accept those amendments, and they're tracked into the rule package in attachment 1 to the summary. Mr. Dale further requests a new objective and policy to be inserted to support the rules. And whilst in principle I agree with some form of policy support for the new rules would be appropriate, I do not consider a new objective and policy as required. I also note that creating what is in effect a new subsection to section B2 would require considerably more additional drafting, including an explanation to the policy, methods of implementation, and anticipated environmental outcomes to make it consistent with the drafting of the remainder of the operative district plan policy. There's also, Mr. Dale has also not provided a section 32 analysis of the proposed objective. Following receipt of Mr. Dale's evidence, I've reviewed again the existing objective and policies of the district plan. In my view, there is sufficient support to be found for the new prison-related rules from existing objectives and policies to obviate the need for completely new provisions. Objective 3.4.1, for example, requires the district's townships are pleasant places to live and work in. Objective 3.4.3 requires reverse sensitivity effects between activities are avoided. Supporting policy 3.4.6b seeks to provide a business 2A zone which can cater for business activities requiring large footprint buildings and or sites, but which have sufficient provisions to safeguard people's health and well-being and avoid pollution of natural resources or potential reverse sensitivity effects. In my view, Objective 3.4.3 and Policy 3.4.6 in particular support the new prison-related rules. To provide further support, I recommend the addition of a new paragraph to the explanation and reasons for Policy 3.4.6, referencing the presence of the prison and the need to ensure that the business 2A zone activities are compatible with the function of the prison and the accommodation of people within the prison. So that is my recommended addition, is set out in full in attachment 1.
Yeah, I'll be taking through those perhaps as a whole when you've gone through your summary. But can I just ask you now? So the objectives and policies in the township zone, or in township's provisions, but they, you see their effect or impact being external, so across zone. So if they're not limited to townships themselves.
Yeah, and the existing, from memory, the existing policies are set up that way. They reference the areas external to the zone. And the rules are set up that way also, in the same way that noise, for example, the industries have to comply with the noise standards of the rural zone. And when you're having to get resource consents for activities that aren't otherwise permitted, then you're looking at potential effects on, beyond the boundary, and whether that's beyond the boundary into another zone or not is neither here nor there. They're matters that need to be considered.
Ms. Faulkner's references to the rural policies, and I spoke to Mr. Fontamone about that yesterday. What relevance do you consider the rural policies have?
Yeah, it's an interesting one. They're relevant to the extent that, how do I explain this? They're relevant to the extent that it's necessary to ensure, I think, that at that zone interface that appropriate controls are in place to ensure that there's not unreasonable adverse effects anticipated to arise on the adjoining zone. So the rural objectives and policies provide a sense of the sort of an amenity that is expected to occur in the rural zone. And we know that's a sense of spaciousness and sometimes quiet, sometimes not quiet, depending on seasonal activities that's occurring. Not a lot of built form, for example. So we know generally what the rural zone is intended to look and feel like on the basis of those objectives and policies. So it's a case of ensuring that at that interface with an industrial zone, that there's appropriate development controls in place. I don't think it can be said that a industrial activity in an industrial zone needs to meet the objectives and policies of the rural zone, because that's just not achievable. So I think it's at this stage, and actually, to be fair, if you were dealing with a resource consent of an industrial activity on that interface that was having severe effects across the zone boundary, then you might look at those objectives and policies with some guidance as to what is reasonable.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. Right.
Wakakatahi.
Mhm.
Okay, Wakakatahi. Mr. Fletcher, in his evidence on behalf of Wakakatahi, has confirmed that Wakakatahi is agreeable to the rules proposed by the applicant. Following the receipt of evidence, I have had further informal communication with Ms. White and by extension Mr. Collins for the District Council regarding proposed Rule 22.9X that addresses the required roading upgrades. Ms. White has communicated Mr. Collins' continued concern that the rule lacks specificity as to the nature of the upgrades required. I've looked again at that rule and discussed the upgrade requirements with Mr. Fuller to see if further certainty could be added without the rule becoming unhelpfully prescriptive. When I say unhelpfully prescriptive, my main concern was that there was a lack of specificity even in the council documents as to what some of those upgrades would require, and I did not want to create a rule that might then turn out to be not what council was intending to do. So we've worked to try and bring in a bit more certainty. So we know it's more than just a few lines on a row, but not so much specificity that it could potentially be problematic. As a consequence, I recommend further amendments to the rule, which again is set out in attachment 1, but broadly those amendments address Clause A, which previously talked about an upgrade to the State Highway 1 intersection. As now makes clear that that upgrade means to a roundabout and a 2-lane, 4-lane roundabout in particular. Clause C is now combined into Clause A, as the works referenced in Clause C are all part of the same Wakakatahi project. Reference to the rail crossing upgrade on Walkers Road has now been removed. That was previously in Clause C. As Appendix 1B to Mr. Fletcher's evidence indicates that the current level crossing, which we said needed to be upgraded, is actually going to be closed as part of the realignment of Walkers Road. Clause B, which was, once I got back into it again, was actually a little bit confusing between Clause B and D, so I've sought to clarify the two of those. And that Clause B now makes clear that the Walkers Road upgrade is limited to the section between State Highway 1 and 2 Chain. Previously it wasn't actually specified, so there was an argument that perhaps more needed to be upgraded than we intended. And it's also now specified that the upgrade is to an arterial standard. The arterial standards are set out in the operative district plan, and there's 2 appendices in both the township and the rural zone where that applies. Mr. Fuller has advised me that the Walkers Road upgrade is likely to be to an urban standard south of the primary intersection and to a rural standard north of the primary intersection. And for that reason, I've just left it as a general arterial standard rather than specify what type of arterial. So Clause B is now about Walkers Road only. Clause D is now about 2 Chain Road only. And it also makes clear that the 2 Chain Road upgrade only needs to be between Walkers and Jones, not any further. And that the upgrade is required to be to a rural arterial standard, which was Mr. Fuller's recommendation. clause F, which refers to the upgrade of the rail crossing at the Jones Road end, this now makes clear that that upgrade works includes provision of barrier arms. That I don't think that's actually articulated in a document anywhere, but that was the request of Mr. Collins. And realistically, if a whole lot of extra heavy traffic is being thrown down to Chain Road, you would expect it'll be barrier arms. So we're comfortable with adding that in. Now, I did send those amended rule provisions through to Mr. Fletcher, and he confirmed by email yesterday that NZTA was happy with those changes. I'd mention that because I'm not sure if Mr. Fletcher is appearing before you today.
Okay, thank you.
In terms of the Defence Force, Ms. Davies in her evidence on behalf of the Defence Force has reiterated their preference for a no complaints covenant over the proposed zone. It remains my view that a no complaints covenant is not warranted, noting that no technical evidence has been provided to demonstrate that reverse sensitivity effects are likely to arise in respect of the NZDF land. The Rolleston prison would be more sensitive to noise than the industrial occupants and is closer to the NZDF land. It'll become an issue for corrections long before it would for the industrial land. The proposed zone is very large, and I therefore question whether occupants at the eastern extent of the zone would be sensitive to the activity to the same, even if the occupants of the western extent were. Visitor accommodation and dwellings other than custodial or security dwellings are a fully discretionary activity in the B2A zone and therefore cannot be established as a permitted activity. Ms. Davies is correct that educational activities such as preschools are not restricted in the zone, and nor are healthcare facilities. However, I do not consider these activities are any more likely to give rise to reverse sensitivity effects or noise complaints than Rolleston Prison, for example, or indeed the residential properties that are closer to NZDF. Just on a couple of matters that were raised yesterday. Firstly, an observation actually that arose out of some of the discussions you had with one of the real estate experts about the availability of sites with rail sidings and the difficulty of getting sites with rail sidings. Just in my personal experience, I'd also add that even where sites with rail sidings are available, and I'm thinking here particularly within Christchurch City, for example, it can be very difficult to meet noise standards for loading and unloading of loading and unloading in proximity to residential areas. I had experience with a client seeking to do just that and trying to mitigate the noise to meet the residential noise standards on the other side of the rail corridor was incredibly difficult. So that adds its own challenges.
Did you manage to do it?
No, it fell over for other reasons. But
Okay.
yeah, I think that was part of it.
Right.
You asked the question yesterday about confirming rail and road noise is excluded from assessment. It's slightly different under the two different plans. So under the operative district plan, it's quite an unusual situation. There is a rule in the rural zone which makes it clear that mobile motor vehicles are not to be assessed. That's set out in Rule 19.16.6.
Which rule again? Sorry, 19.
9.16.6.1 to be precise, which specifically excludes noise from any motor vehicle. Now that is in the rural volume. It's a slightly strange situation. There doesn't appear to be an equivalent rule in the township volume. In practice, and I got an email from Mr. Luthwaite last night confirming this, in practice the acoustic experts don't assess it because every other district plan we ever deal with doesn't deal with noise in roads, and council seems to just address, in practice, just doesn't deal with road noise. But interestingly, we couldn't actually find a rule in the township zone. So technically, the zone sits in the middle of the road effectively, where you've got interfacing zones. So if you want to be very technical about it, noise would not be assessed on the northern side of Two Chain Road, but would on the south. But I say in reality, that's not how the councils deal with it, or the acoustic experts. Regardless of that, under the proposed district plan, Rule noise rule R1 is very clear that traffic and rail noise within a land transport corridor is not subject to noise standards.
Okay, so that's the noise produced within a corridor is not.
Correct. So on a private bit of land, yes, but any land transport corridor, which is basically the road or the rail corridor, then it's exempt from the noise standards.
Okay.
Or not subject to a noise standards under that rule.
What are the I don't know whether you've looked further at it, but in terms of policies, because there was one and I can't think what it was, but I think it was on Plan Change 66. I actually talked about it where there was a policy that sort of addressed amenity from the roading, amenity issues from roading, but there didn't seem to be any rule which implemented it. I need to look at it again, but
No, I'm sorry, I'd have to look at it again as well.
But it seemed to be the amenity issues from transportation seemed to recognise at a policy level, but nothing that actually addressed it in terms of, I guess, if it's a discretionary activity, then it's obviously within it. But I can't recall. I need to refresh my mind about it.
No, I'd have to go back and look at it as well. Sorry, but
are there policies that talk in the proposed plan that talk about? You've said that specifically excludes the noise generated from traffic corridors. Is there any sort of policy that supports
not
that?
that I'm aware of. Again, I'd have to go back and double check. Sorry, I haven't been looking for it specifically. Road noise and its impact on amenity is always a slightly fuzzy area of any application, not even just rezonings, but applications is a bit of a fuzzy area. It's always clear that we don't assess it, but sometimes when we've got applications for large amounts of heavy vehicles and things, it can start to become an issue. But the permitted baseline is usually pretty clear about road noise. So.
Yeah. I was just thinking, and you were involved in it, but Plan Change 73, I think we were talking about road noises, road noise from that in relation to traffic to the refuse, transfer station, etc. So that's interesting. Okay.
One of the things that those corridors are actually designated, so yes,
Increasingly they are, yeah.
to the road, which is time that the corridor was designated. So yes, it fixed that was during that process. I don't know whether this plan, whether they are all designated or not, but I know
Yeah, the city, it's a bit clearer.
Yeah.
They're certainly the operative district plan, they aren't designated. I'm not sure about the proposed, but yeah, it's a little bit less clear in Selwyn than it is in the city, for example. Just touching briefly on, I noticed in some questioning of, I think it might have been Mr. Compton Moen yesterday around the heavy industry constraints that we have volunteered for corrections and whether they're appropriate on the other side of the interface. A lot of those activities that we have specified in the rule for corrections are actually already require resource consent under the section 13 of the operative district plan. Some of them we have simply beefed up the activity status. So where they might have been controlled. So for example, things like meat processing, cement manufacture, fiberglass manufacture, those sorts of things are already controlled activities across the entire zone. At corrections requests, we have pushed them up into a discretionary status. And there are some additional activities that have been pulled into the discretionary non-compliant list at corrections request. But so it's not a case that it's a free-for-all in the rest of the zone, because that's not the case. Most heavy industries are already controlled one way or the other through resource consent processes in the B2A zone.
Yeah, it's a sort of, from a neighbour's perspective, it's a bit of a scary list, isn't it, when you look at...
It is a scary list, and a lot of it, to be honest, in this location, I don't think it's a particularly realistic list, but it's not out of the realms of the possibility. just knowing that and talking to Mr. Carter what they intend to go into the zone, it is far more likely there'd be service and logistic type activities such as you'll find in the existing B2A zone. But nevertheless, it is an industrial zone, and in theory, heavy industry can go in there. But I said that the large majority of heavy industry is subject to resource consent requirements, specifically dealing with nuisance issues. For example, the controlled activity list. The matters of control are any potential nuisance effects arising from dust, odour, smoke and noise. So, yeah. The only...
Okay, so sorry, one second. So just right. So the ones that you've listed in 3, the status activities rule 13.1.7. So those mainly just in raising the bar, if you like, from controlled to discretionary, or is it?
Yeah, so A, B, C, D, E, sorry, bear with me, E, F, G, H, I, and Q are all controlled activities in the remainder of the zone. The new activities are I through P at corrections request. And then in clause 4, if you go down to rule 13, those the 4 activities we've listed there are new in addition to the existing fully discretionary activities. Again, at corrections request.
Okay, so just so clear on that, they're not presently identified.
No, those new ones aren't.
And that's in 13.1.11.3.
Correct. What you may well find is there's a possible that some of them could get caught by other rules, particularly the general catch-all in the industry using combustion and biomass for heating and energy, for example. Some of those may well get caught by that. And things like commercial composting and landfills, for example, are not permitted activities under the regional council rules. So the heavy industries are pretty hard to get through any list without needing some sort of resource consent for it. But they've been explicitly included in their corrections request, and things like firearms ranges are always going to struggle to meet noise standards of the district plan as well.
Okay.
The only other matter I thought I would add at this stage, that was following on from Ms. Lowenstein's evidence yesterday, and some question you had from her, and she mentioned it to me, so I thought I would communicate it to you now. If you look at the the outline development plan,
Attached to your evidence, it hasn't been updated, has it?
yes, sorry, right. Attached to my evidence and chief. So this goes back to, you had a question about the pedestrian accesses through to 2 Chain Road, and I can't remember whether the question went to Ms. Lowen, I think it was Mr. Compton Moen, around whether that's effectively opening up more visibility the more of the zone, the more entrances you have. What Ms. Lowenstein explained to me yesterday is that those pedestrian accesses are actually intended in part to mitigate exactly that from happening. So the intention is that they will be tree-lined accesses And so and basically to cut off views across the zone, to compartmentalise the zone to a greater extent than would otherwise be the case, which in part addresses the concerns that you were raising with Mr. Compton-Mowen yesterday. So I thought that might be helpful just to pass that on.
Okay, no, yeah, my concern was more in terms of the vehicle entrances, I think, and the opening up of those, but that's helpful to pass that on to Ms. Lynch. Yeah.
Is it helpful for me to go through the specific changes in my attachment 1?
Yes, if you could.
Okay. So the first principal change is on page 7, which is the addition of text that I've added into the back of the policy, the explanation and reasons to address Rolleston Prison. And as we went through yesterday, because the rest of the explanation, so for example, the second paragraph under explanation and reasons, and it's the existing text, it's reflecting on what is around the business 2 zone and rural zone land or other types of activities that are nearby. And so I've effectively extended on that to say that in the edge of the western edge of the business 2A zone, there is also the Rolleston prison. And then I've set out that just the nature of the prison and people being accommodated there for long periods of time, and development controls being there in recognition of the sensitivity of the prison in particular, and the evidence that was set out by corrections yesterday pretty much summarise why we have put these extra development controls in place where we wouldn't normally. And just that text is basically providing some support. So should a resource consent application come in, it's clear that those policies around reverse sensitivity and maintaining amenity and those sorts of things of the prison residents is a matter that does need to be considered. So in my view, that change that I'm recommending is sufficient to address corrections concerns.
Okay. Does the proposed plan have explanatory notes?
What have so?
Does the proposed plan have explanatory?
I don't think so. They're
No,
not generally.
Everyone's moved away from it.
Yeah, we have very much moved away from it in a more general planning sense.
Which always surprises me from a decision maker's perspective. They're very helpful.
Yeah, they're helpful, but they also lengthen the plan no end, and the government likes us to try and shorten our district plans. So, yeah.
Yeah, and it's one of those things that just arises from the nature of these applications, isn't it? When we've got a plan that's likely to be overtaken at the end of next year or something. So by the time you get to development, that this plan potentially won't be relevant in terms of those.
Yeah, and interestingly, corrections haven't submitted on this under the proposed district plans.
No, they're sort of rezoning of their own.
Yeah, so that's an issue that we'll need to address when the time comes with the hearing panel.
Okay.
So going back to my attachment, so the next changes, hopefully you've got a colour version of this, but the other changes are all basically in red that I've made since my principal evidence was lodged. So going down to page 10, there's a very minor addition there that was actually an oversight. It should have already been in there, that reference to rule 17.2.1.2. That's just a consistency issue. The changes that I've made under 17.2.3.6 is just consistency and that reference to people rather than prisoners per corrections request. And same again over on page 11. 17.3.9.6, it's a corrections request. I've made a change down there on page 12, clause 9C. Further down there, you'll just see a reference to appendix 43A. That's actually already in the district plan. It had just been missed out on the drafting.
Okay.
over to page 11, clause 11, again, corrections, requests, activity rather than businesses, people rather than prisoners. Then we come down to the bottom of page 13, sorry, you've got the changes that I just talked you through for the road upgrades.
Yep. Just sorry on that, in your paragraph 11, activity, operation of any activity. Right, so that's activity in an RM sense. That's not, you don't see that as causing any further constraints by the change from business to activity?
No, I don't think so. I mean, realistically, it's always going to be a business that's operating in there anyway. I think corrections concerns were the potential for. Actually, I'm not entirely sure what the concerns were in that regard, because just about every activity that's going to be going on in there is going to be business related anyway. I don't have any particular concern with the change in the word, which is why I just accepted what they've asked for.
Okay. Right. That's right. Did I interrupt you then? Or
That's all good. Thank you. Down the bottom of that page, so that's the roading upgrades we've referred to. So I'm making clear that there's a roundabout requirement and a road realignment required by Wakatahi. Basically, A is all Wakatahi. B is what I said to you about making clear that's all about Walker's Road and arterial standard requirement. C is the one we've deleted because it's partly been integrated elsewhere and because the rail crossing upgrade was actually not what was going to happen. The new C is all about Two Chain Road. You're making clear it's a rural arterial upgrade. And then the final one, as I mentioned, that Two Chain Road rail level crossing, making clear the upgrade is to include barrier arms or to that equivalent standard effectively.
Okay. The rural arterial road standard I'm not familiar with, but if you can't help me with it, I'll raise it from Mr. Collins can explain that to me and when he gets to his.
Rural arterial standard, it's not greatly detailed, but it's basically a 20-metre wide road, is basically what it says.
Okay. It's not like obviously for the urban arterial upgrades, it's not that degree of upgrading required.
No, for example, urban arterial might include curb and channel and various other things. There's not a lot of specification in the district plan about it. I haven't got the all in front of me immediately, but it specifies a minimum width, basically, and I think a minimum carriageway width as well, which is slightly different than an urban standard. The requirements beyond that, I think, start to get into the council's infrastructure standards and things. Yeah, beyond that, sorry, you'd need to ask Mr. Collins.
No, thank you.
So where I've landed with that road upgrade is basically, I think the rule as we have it now is a better compromise between enough certainty that the council's got something to hang off and everyone understands what's needed without being overly prescriptive. That is the last of the changes I've made since my evidence in chief.
Okay, thank you. Now, I don't know whether I have much more in terms of questions or whether the chatters have gone through. That issue in terms of, and we've touched on it in terms of the potential to incorporate not the precise words necessarily that you've included to address the concerns of corrections, but something something sort of reflecting that to a degree on that boundary. I'm just conscious of I don't expect you to talk about what the cost of that would be in terms of potential losses of development. But again, we've got applying a real world approach or what's likely to be there. It would seem to me that an amended rule, perhaps a shorter distance and setback from rural properties, etc., wouldn't bear with it necessarily a great cost, but may provide some degree of comfort, if you like, for submitters. So just
Yeah,
your views on
I
that.
can't speak to the cost. I don't know that I think the comfort would be perceived rather than actual because of the existing protections that are already in place for heavy industry. And they're the same protections that are in place on any industrial rural interface.
But there's been some problems, isn't there? There have been problems with that interface, particularly in terms of noise, what I understand from Mr. Reeves.
That may be the case, but that should be an issue that is addressed through the existing provisions of the district plan and enforcement. I don't see that these particular industries would be any different in that respect. They're still going to be subject to the same noise standards, and not all heavy industry is noisy.
Yeah.
Sometimes
Okay.
they have other nuisance effects. But I don't, when you say comfort, there may be some perceived comfort, but I don't think there'd be actually any additional restriction really beyond what is already there because of the range of resource consents that are already required.
Yeah, well, if some of the activities that have gone from controlled to discretionary, for example, if that status was applied along there, that would provide comfort more and from more than just the.
In that case, yes.
Yeah. So they don't. That's just, and it's a matter that I'm sure I can get some comment on. I'm raising it with you just to get your views on it. And I mean, and no criticism intended at all, but in terms of some of your findings on effects, they're obviously reliant on the applicant's evidence, which you're much more familiar with. And there's obviously some areas of, in terms of landscape in particular, with about protection of trees and those sorts of things. There's obviously clear disagreement there, so those matters that I'll need to factor in.
Yes, on the southern and the eastern boundaries, yes. And I have preferred the evidence that I've relied upon simply from my own observation of those interfaces. And particularly that southern edge where with the rail sidings. If we're not with the rail sidings, then yes, you could start to argue that there's some additional protection that might be warranted there, landscape requirements. But without knowing where the rail interfaces are going or understanding what the safety implications are of requiring landscaping along there, particularly if it's substantial landscaping, I do not prefer for that reason alone. Plus, Mr. Compton Moen and Ms. Lowenstein are then telling me also we don't see that as a sensitive interface anyway. So that's the reason I've relied on that evidence.
Yeah, I understand. All right. Satisfied that fully understand your evidence, so I won't waste everyone's time by questioning for the sake of it. So thank you very much for your assistance. And we'll take a morning tea break. Take it 5 past.
Yes. Can we get an updated schedule of who's due to update in our that's fine. Just wanted to just make sure not to step into time and everybody that can information about coming up.
Yep.
Mr. Farrell is also down to the other next later on, but he won't be, so we can get some extra 15 minutes.
Yeah, we're actually not. Oh no, we're an hour out. Are we? Okay.
So we should be at 10:30 now.
Oh yeah, no, that's only 20 minutes out. Yeah. All right. Thank you. And that's your evidence, obviously. Right, so, well, since you're,
Are we the only others?
the only ones that are present at the moment, yes. Yeah. So if you're happy to come in, and if there are other people coming, if they can be advised that we're moving probably ahead of schedule because we haven't got a number of the people who had indicated that they were going to appear don't seem to be now. So, yeah. Not. Well, for example, we simply haven't heard. But Waka Kotahi, for example, unlikely. Canterbury Regional Council, we haven't heard yet. They may come or may not. They haven't filed any evidence, so we simply don't know, which is a bit unsatisfactory, but it's the nature of the process to a degree. Yeah. So if you three would like to come up and introduce yourselves and have a chat now, and I'll just make sure I've got your submission. Wherever you're comfortable, you can sit over there. There's room for you all over there.
No, I would assume that we haven't provided extra evidence from our submission, but you would probably have the submission.
I have got your submission.
You
Thank
have.
you. Thank you. Yes.
Yeah.
If just give me a minute to get organised and right. Okay. Now, so you're Mr. Hamilton. Middleton, sorry. And with you. And
Suzanne Middleton.
okay. Right now, I've read through the submission and it's comprehensive, but however you want to present, I'm in your hands if you want to. Just
Certainly.
or,
Well, yes, if you have questions, of course, on the submission that we have, I could explain a little bit about it. As a group of people, we are the immediate receivers of the environmental change, as it's been referred to. At the beginning of the process, very few people who were ratepayers were notified of the PC80 application, which we found disturbing. So part of our objections are surround the process by which this development has occurred and by the process that the Selwyn Council has engaged in. And then, of course, there are some others that are noted in the submission.
So some of the residents received a direct.
Yes, and it seemed to be quite arbitrary. So, given that the council all have the contact details of ratepayers in Selwyn, in Two Chain Road. So when I got I actually had an email from them, and then rang some of the neighbours, right. And to find that they knew nothing about it.
Yeah, the people who are on here, is that do they essentially represent all of the residents?
All but one.
All but one. And is that 36 Two Chain Road?
So.
Yes, which is Jarvis.
No, okay.
The one beside the guy.
Oh, Rodney.
Yes.
What's
right.
His
number?
No, it wasn't.
No, I'm not sure what it is. That's not 90.
There's one ratepayer who was away, remember? the
Oh,
fellow
yeah,
next
the
to-
guy down
Yeah,
36,
that's
yes.
right.
Yeah.
So you're all.
Yeah, who wanted to be represented. So it does disturb us, this sort of lack of knowledge of what happens on the other side of the road for the immediate receivers. There were three presenters yesterday. One, for instance, the soil and water expert, who referred to our part of the environment as a couple of lifestyle blocks with sheep and cows. There's actually in excess of 70 people that live there, and there are 13 properties, all who have predate any kind of discussion about PC80, and who went into this environment with the particular intent of living in that environment for lifestyle plus rural plus small, so very small business enterprise, and a mix of families and retired people.
How long have you been there?
About 12 years. We have had no approaches from anybody, whether they be developers or council representatives. It's only been on our own initiatives that we've been able to discover various aspects of the PC80 application.
So you've had no discussion with the developer or any
No.
representatives at all?
Has anyone on the road?
No.
No, there doesn't appear to be much interest from the developers in terms of what our needs are. Expectations or requirements or impact.
So are you directly opposite the site? You're
Yes.
all directly opposite the site?
Yes.
Now, one thing, and this is about you talking, not me, but one thing I will be interested in is undertaking a site visit because I'm not familiar with the area. And one of those, as part of that, it would be helpful to be able to go onto some properties.
I think you should go on to all of them.
But I'd need to have approval for that.
That can
for
be
the landowners, but
yes.
but I'd also need to make it very clear that site visit is not an opportunity to, because of the process. It's
Sure.
It's an open process, so it's not an opportunity for further evidence. But I do intend to do that. So if you could just talk me through, I mean, each of you, I'm happy for you to, because I'm sure you'll all have common concerns, but also some individual ones. So, I mean, so you perhaps.
Well, if we could let Sandra
Oh, gosh.
voice her opinion.
I'm going to give you more of a personal
that's
of
fine,
how we
that's-
feel.
yeah.
I was going to say good afternoon because we were supposed to start at 12:30. My name's Sandra Combe. My husband and I purchased our property on Two Chain Road 19 years ago. We just loved the country feel, the wide grass verges, and the rural outlook, from all directions, all vantage points. We do understand that with time comes change. This has already meant that I can only ride my horse or walk my donkeys outside of work hours. Even then, I've had some very scary moments with trucks, with trailers belting along the road, not even moving over. If the development goes ahead, even that will come to an end, as will our rural outlook. If across the road becomes industrial, we will also be affected by increased traffic, the noise from the trucks, air brakes when entering the opposed industrial area, floodlight issues throughout the night. We go down Jones Road now and get a fair idea of the floodlights they leave on for security reasons. We have also heard, and I've only heard this, that there will be 3 lanes plus a cycle lane and roundabouts entering the proposed industrial area. It really will be like living by a motorway. Then on top of that, the economical aspect, will this lower the price of our properties? Because I know I wouldn't buy opposite what they're proposing to do. We worked our fingers to the bone. We lived in an unlined garage through winter. We pointed every single brick on our house. This was to be our forever home, our legacy to our children. The stress that this has already caused, that if it goes ahead, will have further negative impacts, not only from the economical avenue, but health-wise, from the noise of the trucks / businesses running all night. This impact will certainly be lack of sleep, which in turn is going to lead to stress. Lastly, I would like to address how across the road became vacant industrial when the new rates came out in June last year. This was before the submission went before any board or this hearing. We have the same dirt, grass growth, stones as across the road. There's about 17 metres apart. So why weren't we zoned vacant industrial as well? I phoned QV Valuations many times to inquire how this happened, left many messages, never got a reply. We even, as a group, went as far as to make an appointment with the council and Mayor Sam Broughton to discuss this matter, only to be dismissed when the matter was mentioned. So I hope you'll take into consideration what I've said of how it's affecting our lives, how it's going to affect our lifestyle. Yeah.
Okay. Have you sort of kept up with the mitigation measures that are proposed in terms of the
Yeah, we
funding and
have as a
those-
group.
Did you have any comment on whether they address your concerns?
I mean, I suppose my biggest concern, and I suppose it doesn't matter what landscaping they do or their noise control, we're losing, when you go and see it, you'll see it is such a fantastic country atmosphere, the wide grass verges. I'm horsey, I've got donkeys, this is why we moved there. And that's all going to go, it's going to be gone. So regardless of what they do, if it goes ahead, that's the main things that are going to affect us,
Okay. From your property, you talked about the outlook. What is your outlook from your?
We do have big hedges up.
Yeah.
But we still hear the trucks that are already being diverted down 2 Chain Road to go to iZone. Seriously, sometimes I think we're having an earthquake and you literally hold your breath because you might get 2 in a row and they've got the trailer on the back and they're motoring down there. So that part of it as well is quite disturbing.
So does that wake you? Do they wake you?
Oh, definitely. I'm a very light sleeper. We already hear further down Jones Road where they've got the containers. We quite often hear that already during the night. So if that were to happen across the road, it would just be, terrible. It would be.
So that's in certain conditions you can hear containers being moved or whatever.
Yeah, you can hear the shunting. Yeah.
What about the main state highway and rail corridor? What's the noise like from there?
Not really hear that.
It's minimal.
Yeah. I mean, if you go stand at the end of our driveway at the gate and look over, you can't see everything going by. Your main thing you're seeing is paddocks with cows in it, the other people's houses. You're not sort of looking out and thinking, oh gosh, there's a road. That's not what you really see.
You're aware of the Wakatahi changes and the redirection of traffic
Yes,
along your road?
yes, we are.
Mm.
Yeah, I tried to bring that up with the mayor as well, but
We'll be making further submissions.
yeah, he just dismissed us.
So that's likely to, if that goes ahead, and that's not a matter that I've got any say on, but that's likely to change what your noise environment anyway, isn't it?
Yeah. But it will be worse if they're going to be coming down the road, put the air brakes on when they brake to stop to drive into an industrial area.
Okay, and you get vibration present from trucks too, do you?
Oh, seriously, sometimes I think, oh my God, it's an earthquake. Yeah.
How much land have you got?
11.5 acres.
And that's with your horses and donkeys and
Yeah, horses, donkeys, sheep, miniature horses.
okay, so you have sort of summarised what you value about it, but in terms of what you what you really value about it, just in summary of where you live.
Just value the country atmosphere, the lifestyle, our views.
Okay, so you don't because of the way your property's developed with hedges, etc., you don't overlook directly the site.
Oh,
Until
from
you
the
come.
drive, both our drive vantage
Yeah.
points, we will.
Okay.
Yes.
And you see straight out your drive anyway. from
Yeah.
your house.
Yeah. We look straight out the kitchen window.
No, I'm not taking away from your position that you're in opposition, but is there anything else that would assist you if it was to proceed?
A big one would be the speed down there, in which the trucks travel, and obviously lighting.
Is there anything else that you wanted to add to what you said that's been helpful? But from you, anything else from you?
No, I'm fine.
Okay.
I'll leave the rest to David. He's speaking on behalf of all of us.
In the Sandra alluded to this process, which for me calls into question the legitimacy of a process that QV indulges in with the council's permission and complicity, basically. And the QV who operate throughout the country as a subcontractor to various government groups to provide a service have appear to be doing what sometimes developers are accused of, which may be relevant, I'm not sure, of the tail wagging the dog. And if I could refer to the part in my submission, just to get it on record, this is something that we have attempted to discuss with council at length, not only in consideration of the application for PC80, but also as a general practice. So if I could point you to the section, it says there appears to be an alarming and inappropriate procedural sequencing aligned with PC80. Rates valuations have already been changed as of 1st of the 10th, 2021, which resulted in a collective increased value of the properties by roughly, now these are the properties on the other side of the road of PC80, increased the values of the properties by roughly $25 million. As noted to one of the undersigned when querying council staff about the new valuations on either side of Two Chain Road in the affected area, the following response was given. Recent sales have meant that values on the south side of Two Chain Road have already been set at a premium. This premium was attributed to the chance of a future zone change being approved. As for the category of this property, this under the rating rules is to reflect the highest and best use of the property, in this case with supportive sales in the area. It was determined to be at vacant industrial value levels. This is long before this process began. The immediate result of this is that PC80 application is already having a negative effect on the undersigned of the people that have signed our submission and those in residence in the affected area. The category of land currently within PC80 is listed on the QV website as vacant industrial, provincial. All capital improvements are now negligible and land values have risen dramatically, roughly 300%, especially when compared to our side of Two Chain Road in the same block. Given the application has yet to be approved, why has the category changed and why was the north side of Two Chain Road not given the same category? In reviewing this information, it has been considered that it may be an intimidation tactic to discourage residents from believing they have a voice in this process, given that it appears to be a fait accompli. Approval of this PC80 becomes a planning policy statement regarding development within the Selwyn district. A private and corporate application for rezoning appears to be operating with an assumed level of success in its efforts to establish business assets and income solely in its own interest, and certainly not in the interest of those in the affected community who certainly are not with the same enormity of financial power at their disposal. The sheer corporate weight behind this application can be and is intimidating to those who may wish to oppose it. And of course, we don't have those kind of resources to bring expert knowledge to professionally represent us to say what we would like them to say.
Now, I obviously have limits on my jurisdiction about what I'm dealing with this request.
Sure.
And looking at it under the Resource Management Act and associated matters. And I acknowledge you've got concerns about those sorts of issues, but they're not matters that I can address. But I do, I understand what you're saying.
That seems,
Sorry, I was just going to say the important thing for me in my decision making from you is really what's been discussed and identified already, what it is that you value about where you are and what your real concerns are.
Mm-hmm.
And so I acknowledge you've got concerns in terms of process, and process is potentially a slightly different matter, but in terms of ratings and those sorts of things, they don't.
Well, they do have a direct effect on our lifestyle, because they are reflective in the development that we've put into our properties to increase the value, as well as to increase the environment that we live within. This act of process, whether it has been perpetrated by the council, by external agency that subcontracts, or whether it's been perpetrated by the developers to have it rezoned prior to, has had a direct impact on the values of the property, which automatically has a direct impact on the values of our properties. So in terms of your saying how relevant it is in terms of our environment, it's huge in terms of its relevance, and needs to be taken into consideration because it's part of the entire application to have this land rezoned. And
Yeah.
it's also,
I mean, we can debate it, and all I'm saying is that you know, I have limits on my jurisdiction,
Hmm.
and you know what's happened with QV. At least my preliminary view is that it's not, you know, it has no relevance to our decision making. Now I signal that now. I may think about that and come to a different conclusion, but it's really, I mean, really the real value that I find from submitters, because it's very easy to hear from experts, and that, you know, and there's no disrespect to the experts, because I've had some very good expert evidence, and we'll have some more from council, but it's you know, they look at it, if you like, from a professional and objective sense, but it's also important that I understand subjectively, you know, what you really value about it and what your concerns are. So that's what I'm saying. It's just that.
Okay, so that, yes, and I appreciate that. So that is one value that we have for the property, as well as some of these other ones as well, is the actual economic value. And you were hearing about economic value as we came in. Sorry.
I just wanted to make one point about process, because the foundation on which you build something determines the quality of it. And sitting here today, I feel alienated from this process. We met with the town council representatives of the planning office in the previous application for the same tract of land, albeit smaller, but the same tract of land, to voice our concerns and objectives about that process going forward for an industrial consent. They told us in the meeting, the council is opposed to this. We all felt a tremendous sense of relief, and we went away, only to find that some months later, another application was being put forth with the same tract of land, with the same request for the same designation. We were not, the people in that meeting were not called. We were not notified. It's 13 properties. You can door knock. You can, you know, stick a note on the fence. It's not that complicated. We weren't notified. So the process is flawed. And then to have, whether or not it's QV or anybody, it doesn't matter the name of the entity that put the new valuation on the property and the new designation that is there for anyone who researches property in the Selwyn Council to see. This is now classified as industrial vacant property. And we were told QB is an independent agency and so on and so forth. Well, they've got a contract with the council. And if you've got a contract, the contract says what you can and can't do. And clearly the council allowed them to make that designation change. And no one will talk to us about why.
No.
And then, so if my voice is going up and I'm getting a little bit more emotional, it's because we're hearing the same thing again. And my accent's a little bit different. So I may not know all the ins and outs of the game, but I do know the difference between truth and honesty. And we may be hearing a lot of truths, but we're not getting a lot of honest answers. So for me, it sounds like the whole process was wink, wink, nod, nod, when the designation was changed, even before the application was put forward. An enormous amount of money has been spent on experts here. A lot of really smart people, really clever people in here talking about what's going to happen and how it's going to happen. I don't think you put forth that kind of money unless you've got a pretty confident, you're pretty confident of the outcome. And to me, that confidence came from the council allowing the zoning change.
Okay, look, we can continue to discuss this, but you've got to be very clear. I'm an independent decision maker here.
I understand.
And as people in the room will know, that I have to be very satisfied. And if I'm not satisfied, I'm not. I'll turn it down. So I haven't made any decisions at the moment, and haven't got any, you know, I mean, haven't even got any feeling about where that may go.
Right.
So I consider the evidence that's given, and then I give my independent.
Right.
Well, it's a recommendation,
Yep.
but it is my independent professional one on the assessment. And as I say, you know, the real thing from submitter's perspective, and I understand these issues are of concern of you. I'm not belittling them in terms
No, I
of
understand
those
that.
sorts of things. But the real things that influence me are, you know, what you value, if we've had that discussion, and what your, you know, what your concerns are in terms of the actual proposal and how that will impact on you.
Sure.
Well, I guess suffice to say, we feel alienated from the process.
Yeah,
We weren't a
and I
part of
know-
it.
And I know that. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And we want you to
And
note this
there
issue.
yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, there are other issues in terms of,
Mm.
yeah, there are RMA issues in terms of procedure, et cetera, and just sense, but it's, if I'm making a decision, I really want to hear what it is that's important to you and what you want to, why you're here,
Sure.
spending your time talking to me about it.
Yeah. Well, yes.
I could just add one more
Yeah.
emotional note, probably. When we heard about the second application, we pretty much stopped doing anything on our properties because we thought, what are they going to be worth? I spent 6 months redoing antique cedar windows to put in a greenhouse, but we haven't put the greenhouse up because we can't replace the windows and we don't know whether or not we're going to want to stay there. And everyone who spoke yesterday said, if possible, we'll fill the gaps in the trees. We can't tell you what the emissions are because we don't know who's going to be citing their business there. It was all conditional. We don't know. So basically, if it's rezoned industrial, who knows what's going to happen there? And so we, it's like someone's putting a pause on your life. I mean, go home tonight and don't do anything in your house. Don't repaint the bathroom or don't, plant the tree, and don't tell the kids they might move in there one day because you put a pause on everything. Because we just don't know what's going to happen because we feel alienated from the process.
No, and I acknowledge what you've said, and that's not just platitude, but a lot of submitters come to these things and feel that they, submitters should never underestimate their importance in the overall decision-making process. But as I keep coming back to, it's really what it is about, what's there now, and what your concerns are that really drive my.
I like to see the sky.
Yeah.
And right now, if you drive down the main South Road, you're going to see 7 containers high. 7 containers high. And from what I heard yesterday from the initial speaker, he said, this is a great place to store containers. It's a really inexpensive place. Auckland's too expensive. This is a great piece of land. People can store their container and pick up their container. And I thought to myself, we're going to have an above ground landfill for containers. Does Rolleston want to be known for the storage container facility for the South Island or for New Zealand entirely? I mean, really, that's what I want to see. I want to see the sky. I want to hear birds around there that we've all of our plantings, we have water features, all cater to native birds we've finally got bellbirds coming in.
Yes,
We've got native owls or the little owls there. We've got herons, we've got pheasants. We have all this wildlife that I'm not sure it's going to want to be there when there's all the noise and the light and the shocking sounds that come from an industrial area.
Yes, so in hearing, and that's a very good point in terms of the quality of life that we have, that we will lose with intensive industrial development, is the wildlife. Now, the ecologist who was well versed in what he was talking about yesterday, with local native trout and mudfish, etc., confined his impact study on the land and not the adjacent land. And there is much to lose. With the efforts on Banks Peninsula, for instance, to get tui back on, and to increase the spread of tui into Canterbury and bellbirds, etc., which we are now just achieving through private landowners' efforts in planting natives, that is a lot to lose. I mean, what would we rather listen to? Containers being stacked or bellbirds singing? The visual impact of the development is considered to be negated by the construction of a bund that's, I think they said 1.5 metres high
2.5.
for 2.5, and then trees planted from 1.5 metres high around or on, was it on the bund? I'm not sure.
On the bum, but there's also retaining as much as possible the existing
Yeah,
planting.
yeah, and of course with pine trees, there's which are there in some macrocarpa, they've got a limited lifespan, and then they have to start from scratch when they fall over. And some of them have been there for quite some time. And if they're going to start for 1.5 metres, now a container, we have no idea, as was pointed out to us yesterday by various experts, do not know the composition or nature of the businesses and the industries. One said that they were gearing their studies around light industry and small manufacturing and transport logistics. But that's without actually knowing who's going to buy the land or who's going to lease it. Rail sidings are very appropriate for around here, only for large container movement. One container is 2.59 metres high. If they stack them the way they're stacking them down the road at the Midland, one of the Midland ports, they're stacking them 7 high. That far exceeds the ability of any cover to shield that kind of visual impact from either the south side of State Highway 1 from all the residences around there, or from our point of view from the other side of Two Chain Road.
How many did you say? What height were you saying? Or how many were you saying that they
We before we came here, we just went to see how they were stacking them, how high we're stacking them, because I didn't want to be to make a mistake in how high they're stacking. They're stacking them 7 high.
18 meters.
7 times 2.59. Very, very difficult to obscure that. And if I noticed that the key applicant is quoting rail sidings as the most beneficial thing to industry. The most use of rail sidings is for an inland port. That will completely wreck the environment of the other side of Two Chain Road.
And the main south.
And the main
Population
south road.
noise.
And to say that won't impact from a noise level onto the large number of residents on the south side of the State Highway 1 is ridiculous.
All right. What's your experience with traffic? Do you have the same issues, or your?
Oh yes, absolutely. We live next door.
And the outlook, do you have one, or are you?
We are a one of the back section properties, so we are slightly further back, although we overlap Sandra's property.
You can see through the hedgerows to the site
Mm.
at ground level.
Yes, you can.
And you have experienced the same noise and vibrations from trucks and.
And yes, we have, and from shunting, we can hear the shunting down in I-zone at the closest Midland port, as well as see the buildings from our property.
The buildings or the containers or both?
From our property, we can see buildings down there
And lights.
and lights. Yeah.
if it were, if I reach the recommendation that it does proceed, is there anything further in terms of mitigation from your perspective?
I mentioned in another part that the normal rules that are applied to industrial, was it 2A? Is that something like
Yeah,
that?
B2A, yeah.
Yeah. It simply would wreck the living environment if it was, allowed to go ahead. Smaller use. I mean, it may well be that land is not, I accept that it's not necessarily suitable for large-scale agriculture. Much of Canterbury Plains is not. That's why they pump so much water out of the aquifers. The suitability of that land for covering in concrete is the same as any other land. But it's the impact on the rest of the environment. So I think that the normal rules of sort of wholesale coverage of the land in impermeable materials is, and then to start stacking things into building, and regardless of the industry, is totally inappropriate. There must be better uses of that land for a lifestyle. I can't see why Rolleston wants to become known as the largest industrial hub in New Zealand. That was very proudly stated that iZone was the largest industrial park. If I don't know if these people have had much experience in other cities around the world where this has happened, and the various aspects that are not covered in terms of studies, in terms of development, are future sociological impacts. What happens with massification of population surrounding large industrial areas? You only have to have a look at Detroit and see what that looks like now.
That's the opposite reason, isn't it? Because
There's
the
no,
industry's gone.
yeah, that's right. There's no, you become a rust belt and you've got problems. So changes in environment. I think that these aspects are simply not covered.
Do you see any positives?
Well, I can see that there has been positives in because of the growth of Rolleston that was accelerated due to the earthquakes in Christchurch, and there has been a lot of improvements in the area. But to just keep going for the sake of corporate profits, it just seems to be completely irresponsible. But I do see that there has been some good improvements around the area, a lot of facilities, a lot of parklands and areas. Some of the high density housing is a little disturbing. I think in some of the new residential areas which are there to perhaps service a larger industrial site with employees could be, aptly described as pack and save. It's getting more out of the land than should be got, simply to keep the profits up.
Okay. Is there anything more you wanted to add? Do you have another member of your team?
I wanted to add just one more comment, and that was that I understand that the youth prison facility has reached some sort of agreement on mitigation on that frontage in terms of setbacks and the type of businesses and things. And so I don't think we've had a chance to really review that. And certainly they have a lot more resources than we do to get experts to tell them what would impact their environment. So my question would be, why wouldn't that be extended to all residential boundaries for the property? You know, it doesn't make sense to me that you wouldn't do that. If it's appropriate for residential living in the people who are incarcerated there, why isn't it appropriate for residential living along Two Chain Road? So I would advocate for that same application along there. If we're looking for positives and mitigation. Yeah.
I think a limit to the type of industry would mitigate. I think there could be some very welcome activities that could go on in such an area. And why can't Rolleston become an innovation hub that has businesses designed to technology development for the mitigation of climate change and for the improvement of living environment, rather than just trying to encourage the same old style of business that continues to draw container loads of material from overseas, rather than being more sustainable and self-sufficient within the area that we live. I think Rolleston has got the opportunity to be something a lot more than just becoming the largest industrial hub in the country. That doesn't seem to be very far-sighted.
Okay, that's useful. Have you had the opportunity to look at the rules that were proposed for the prison?
I didn't know, not yet.
I have looked at the rules associated with for some of the for iZone, etc.
No, in terms of the
prison site?
the one for the
the prison.
Yeah.
No, I haven't yet.
No,
No.
not yet. No.
Okay.
Well, but we thought their submission, their objection was very representative of ours, and very caring and thoughtful about the residents there. So based on that, if that's their aim and their objective, and they're satisfied with some of these mitigation efforts, I would think, I mean, my opinion would be they would be logically reasonable, but I haven't read them yet.
Okay. I won't go through them now, but what I do propose to do, Ms. Appleyard, is to provide the submitters an opportunity, because they have come up at this stage of the hearing, provide the submitters with an opportunity to comment on those in writing.
Okay.
And I'll issue some directions after this, so that you've got an opportunity to look at them and you can make comments on them. Okay. Was there anything else?
No.
Yes, I think, unless you have some questions on our submission.
No, I've been through your submission. It's very clear and it's comprehensive. And as I say, I am repeating myself, but your input is very important. And knowing what it is that you value is very important. And you've outlined that well. So I thank you for that.
No, you're welcome.
Okay. Now, do you have another member of your team there, or is that no?
No.
No. Okay.
No, she's
No,
Obviously stuck at work.
But we've said if she does come, she will be able to speak.
Yeah. And if there is any, we've got a bit to get through still, so we'll be here for a wee while.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So thank you very much. Again.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Now, are there any other submitters here? No. Can we get any Kiwi Rail? Are they looking at zooming in? Can they zoom in? It is 12 o'clock. So. Okay, we'll take five minutes while you see if there's anybody else who can speak to us, because we're not. It's not like we're running ridiculously early. But, okay, we'll take 10 minutes. Good afternoon.
Kia ora.
Mr. Brown, is it?
Correct.
All right, welcome.
Thank
now,
you.
You have, or Kiwi Rail's filed its submission, which I've read, and you've talked about the Kiwi Rail's view on that. Can you just sort of summarise what Kiwi Rail's position is?
Sure. So pretty pretty simple to be frank. We're quite supportive of the proposal being put forward. In particular, just what the potential for the site's contribution to the rail network generally, and its ability to service essentially the growth in rail, and how rail contributes essentially to essentially New Zealand's issue with transport emissions, with the fact that rail freight is a very efficient and low emissions form of transport, and so activities that go to encourage and enable freight transfer from the road onto rail and vice versa are an integral part of that network and the efficiency and effectiveness of that system. We certainly see strong value in hubs in and around the Christchurch area. The site is well positioned to service central, essentially the centre of the South Island. It's reasonably proximate to two reasonably key ports, so Littleton and Timaru, and it's reasonably strategically located near the Midland Line, which still remains, despite my previous comments about emissions, it still remains a reasonably strong freight route, albeit that freight is mostly coal. But really that's sort of the broad crux of our submission and our support for this proposal.
And what is, I mean, how much of the rail freight is containerised? Is it all pretty much all containerised apart from coal and?
No, there's look, I couldn't give you that exact split, but no, it's not predominantly containerised. There is other than coal, there is quite an amount of bulk carried. We run a large number of sort of curtain-side rail vehicles, essentially, that that operate on a load and unload sort of basis. Often that sort of activity does happen around these sorts of facilities where freight forwarders, for want of a better word, are able to own facilities, pull trains into their own private sidings, load, unload, and then distribute back into the network via that sort of connected sort of shunting area.
Right. From Kiwi Rail's perspective, what's involved in establishing these sidings? I mean, I don't know.
I mean, really, it tends to be quite market driven. So we'll traditionally work with developers and or freight forwarders, establish facilities. Those facilities tend to be right sized for the market. We work through what their projected freight volumes are looking like out to sort of a reasonable period of time for the life of the assets and the life of the building, and we right size those assets according to the needs of the customers, the needs of the developer, and the needs of in our future projections as well.
Okay. And it goes through an internal approval process, I guess. All those factors are taken into account.
Correct. Yes. Yeah. Absolutely. And look, it's I suppose the key there is that flexibility is a pretty essential element for those types of developments.
And does Kiwi Rail have any responsibility once it goes off the main trunk and into the sidings, or is that?
Only insofar as we will be responsible for delivering and picking up again. Essentially Kiwi Rail is a little bit of a funny organisation in that we're an infrastructure company and we're also a logistics company as well. Into those private land holdings, they tend to sit pretty separate. And I might just run into another room. Sorry, excuse me for 1 moment. I might just have a slightly dodgy connection. We'll be with you in 1 moment.
Okay. We all get motion sickness there.
I think I still have you.
You do.
Right. So look, we may or may not own the infrastructure. We'll be reasonably instrumental in working with the developer, the freight forwarder, in setting the standard for that infrastructure. But then the logistics side of the company will be the operator of the rail. So they tend to be the owner of the rail kit, the wagons, what have you, the trains, the shunting machinery, and take over really from there. So it's very much a sort of drop off, leave, pick up, organise, and then shunt onto the main line and off it goes.
Do having rail sidings in close-ish proximity cause issues from you in terms of your operations, or not?
No, not specifically. I mean, the rail team, the actual operating team, they run reasonably tight schedules. They run reasonably significant safety programs and considerations in rail movements. They tend to make most things work, with absolutely safety being a huge priority. But the proximity of other rail sidings is really just a consideration as they go about their day-to-day work.
And is Kiwi Rail seeing a growth, a growth in sidings?
It's certainly a growth in demand, absolutely. The move to essentially decarbonise transport, rail absolutely is the key to that. Other technologies to try and decarbonise transport are considerably more expensive. And I know this isn't quite the forum for that sort of conversation, but hydrogen power is often touted as the saviour of heavy transport. From direct experience, hydrogen is 4 times more expensive than the equivalent of an electric truck. If you could develop one that could carry those sorts of loads. Whereas rail is presently on a per tonne delivered basis 70% more efficient than diesel. So, and that's current rail under current machinery. So, what we're seeing from central government is a desire to and this is being expressed directly through funding of the rail network upgrade programs that are going on around the country, including the South Island, that the government agrees that that's the way forward. They're looking to reinstate rail as a resilient, strong, reliable network. And predicated on that is KiwiRail's need to grow freight volumes. What we're also seeing is a market demand driven aspect from the freight forwarders, from those logistic companies, the likes of the main freights and the basics transports. They're seeing similar demand from their customers to be able to deliver freight in as clean a method as possible. And we're seeing very strong demand from freight forwarders to locate in the likes of facilities of the likes of this to enable that transition, so that they can then just truly focus on those local journeys with freight and leave the, I suppose, the interregional movement of it to a rail backbone.
Right, I think that was all I had, Mr. Brown. So thank you very much for taking the time to talk to me.
No problem. No, I very much appreciate the opportunity to speak, and yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ka kite anō.
Okay, are there any other submitters here who wish to be heard? Yeah. Okay, well, we're only 10 minutes away, 10 minutes away from 12:30. All right. Do you have any issue if we move to officers?
No, I think it's a good idea. Some of us turn up too late.
Okay, just I guess the other option is to have an early lunch, half an hour early. Okay. Should we take the lunch break now and come back at 1:15? Okay. All right, we'll do that. Thank you.
On the TV. Sure, thanks.
Thank you for coming in. Now, I've obviously already had discussions with other members of the group,
Yes.
but it's just important that you have your opportunity to speak to me as well. So
Yep.
I'm in your hands as to how you wish to proceed. What I'm really interested in is what you know, where you are, what you value about it,
Mhm.
and what your concerns are.
Okay, cool. Yeah, and apologies. I'm trying to juggle work,
No,
so
no problem.
hence why I couldn't make it this morning. But yeah, I guess my sentiments probably echo the other residents from Two Chain Road, and what's been said. I guess first up, we're feeling a little bit isolated in the fact that it's probably a foregone conclusion, that everyone thinks that it's already happening. Probably hence why we haven't got as many residents here joining us today. But from my perspective, look, we purchased the property just over 4 years ago with the intent of making it our forever home to bring our young son up on. Where our family have a passion for the outdoors, so being away from the hustle and bustle of constant traffic, street lighting and general suburban noise was key when we were looking for a property. We've worked hard to maintain and look after what we've got, planting hundreds and hundreds of native trees to encourage bird life. We enjoy seeing the quail, the owls, the pheasants, the ducks, all sorts on the property. So we've got the property that's got the water race running through it. So we do have ducks, etc. And we just believe that most of that will diminish with the development of a huge industrial block. Yep, I've seen one of the landscaping plans that shows that there'll be plantings and stuff, but that's not going to encourage bird life, unfortunately, which is, what we're passionate about. I guess from our opinion, we don't see the need for an additional industrial zones. There's already so many vacant buildings and lots in the Rolleston and wider Southern District. Why try and take what very little green zone there is in our city? Yeah, I guess that's it from our perspective.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I mean, as I said, I called out the noise, the traffic, lighting. We moved away from the town to have, to get our son away from some of that. And we just feel, if it goes ahead, that's just going to be constantly.
Okay. So your property, you're at the southern end of this block, eh? Or where are you situated?
Probably more so at the end, close to the prison.
Close
Walkers
to
Road.
Yeah. Walkers Road. Okay.
Yeah.
Right. So you're because you said your property, that's the main branch of the irrigation.
Correct.
Front.
Yep.
Now you've said why you moved there. So from your site, what do you look out at? What can you overlook in terms of this location, this site?
So we do have a native shelter belt along our property. Our house is probably one of the ones that's closest to the road fronts of Two Chain Roads, so it is quite close to there. So yeah, I think there'll be a huge impact of constant trucks and vehicles and noise and stuff. So our land is behind, so all of our farm animals and stuff are behind our property, so they're not at the front of the property.
Mm-hmm.
But
so how far are you from the road frontage roughly? Just very roughly.
We would only be a few meters from the road front, so yeah, the house is quite close to
Okay.
to the fence line. Yeah.
Okay, and in terms of you've talked about noise and those sorts of issues, what's it like at the moment with the if you're that close to Two Chain Road? What's the traffic noise and those sorts of things like?
It's not too bad. At times you get I think it's probably been worse in the last couple of years with increased trucks and stuff going down there. We've certainly know when there has been an accident on the main road or they've done a gang raid and the increased traffic starts to come down our street. And it can be constant at times when things like that happen. So
Okay, and the trucks at the moment, do they interrupt your sleep or?
yep, you can definitely hear them. Yeah. I mean, I guess that's the nature of vehicles down there, and it's a 100k zone. So
And at times the highways closed or if there's other operations going on, the traffic is funneled down your route. Okay. And you're aware of the changes with Waka Kotahi and the intention of Two Chain Road to, in essence, being made.
So I've put some submissions in on that one as well. Yep.
So your main concerns are increased noise?
Increased noise, traffic, full-time lighting, visualization. No, we didn't buy the property to be sandwiched between big industrial buildings and warehousing or whatever it might be.
And you've seen the proposals for the frontage treatment along?
So I've
Two
seen
Chain
there was a landscape plan, I believe, on there. I did have a look at that.
Did that address any of your concerns?
Not really, no.
So visuals, because of the nature of your property at the moment, the visual effects are not your primary concern. It's there are other effects associated with such.
Yeah, I think it's a degree of all of that. So I mean, yeah, we don't necessarily sit in our lounge and look out at that road frontage, but certainly when we're out on the property and out walking around, it's, you know.
Okay, so the irrigation race is sort of a key part of your
Stock race, yeah.
Stock race, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a sell stock race. You're right. And is that sort of formed into your landscaping? And
Yeah. So that runs along the boundary of our property, and as I said, you know, we've got a handful of farm ducks that live on the property, and you know, we've anyone can come along and have a look at the work that we've done on the property. We're very proud of the effort we've spent to look after it and maintain it to what it is compared to what it was when we purchased it. So.
where did you move from? You moved from the Christchurch?
From Rolleston.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
If it were to go ahead, is there anything else you'd like to have addressed? Is there anything that would, I'm not saying would resolve all of your concerns, but is there anything else you'd like to see included in terms of reducing effects or mitigating them?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, I guess, yeah, if it was to go ahead, you know, what sort of things are going to be done to, you know, will there be a chance to have the speed limit reduced down there? I guess I haven't really thought too much about, you know, everything else that we'd like if it goes ahead. We're holding on to hope that it won't, so we don't want to go down that track.
No.
But yeah, I guess there's a number of aspects that could come into that. Yeah.
Is yours an older home or?
And no, it's relatively new.
Okay. So it's insulated and what have you, in terms of double glazing and that sort of thing? The stock that you have, it's just sheep and those sorts of things. What sort of animals do you have?
Yes, we've got sheep and cattle.
How big is your block?
10 acres.
10 acres. And you're saying before the stock's behind the house?
Yes, to behind and to the side of the house. Yeah, we do have a paddock along that road front. That's
Do you hear the main highway and the railway line from where you are? Mark?
you hear the railway line at times, so trains. Yeah, but not traffic from the main highway. No.
Apart from traffic, what other noises do you notice, if any?
At the moment,
Mm.
birds,
Yeah.
wildlife at the moment. Yeah. As I said, we've got ducks that visit. We've got farm ducks plus wild ducks frequently visit and bring their babies in. We've had pheasants on the property recently. Fortunately, one was killed on the road. So the danger of a 100k zone. Trucks down there. Quail. Yeah, just native bird life.
Yep.
Yeah. There's apart from might hear the cows and sheep every now and then. It's pretty quiet.
Now I'm going to be doing a site visit. Are you happy? It'll be arranged, obviously, but are you happy for me to go onto your property and have a?
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else you'd like to expand on?
That's it for me.
Okay. Well, appreciate you coming in.
Thank you.
Yeah. No, thank you very much. It's always helpful.
Awesome. Thanks for your time.
Right, that's it for submitters. So we'll move on to the reporting officers.
So we've got Mr. Foy, first of all.
Has he got a written summary? Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Foy. Can you hear me okay?
Can say yes.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you.
Now, I've read your report, and I think as you identify, that was not entirely, but it was focused on Mr. Copeland's report to a large degree. So you prepared this summary, yeah, so I'll ask you to read through that. I'm happy for you to start at paragraph 7. I don't think there's any dispute about qualifications. So if you can start reading that to me from your paragraph 7.
Yes, thank you, sir. So I've headed paragraph 7 background. After the economics review was completed as part of Council's Section 42A report, the applicant lodged statements of evidence. I've now reviewed those statements and have revised some of my conclusions about the application. In this document, I summarise my position with respect to points of agreement and disagreement with matters relevant to my area of expertise, in particular arising from the initial report of Mr. Copeland on economics and the statements of Ms. Hampson, also on economics, and Messrs. O'Styke and State on industrial land.
Thank you.
Paragraph 8, I note that Ms. Hampson's evidence is the first presentation of her assessment for the application, with the economic assessment lodged having been undertaken by Mr. Copeland previously. So this is therefore my first opportunity to respond to Ms. Hampson's evidence. Points of agreement. I agree with Mr. Copeland's summary of the relevant economic issues, including economic wellbeing and efficiency, and with his summary of the background, population, employment, and economic environments. I also agree with Mr. Copeland's assessment of the economic benefits of Plan Change 80, in particular that the site's an appropriate one on which to accommodate industrial activity, that economic benefits will arise from businesses choosing to establish on the site, arising from the economic efficiency of co-locating with other industrial businesses. Point C, if activities on the site are new to Selwyn, there will be additional employment, incomes, and expenditure generated for the local district economy, both directly and through induced effects, and that the magnitude of these effects will be relatively small in the district-wide context. Also relatively small will be the loss of agricultural activity on the site. And then point E, the proposed rezoning will increase local employment opportunities for Selwyn residents, will enable an increase in those opportunities and potentially reduce the commuting costs of Selwyn residents. And finally, point F, the site has unique locational advantages as it could provide direct access to rail sidings. Paragraph 11, I accept the conclusions of Mr. O'Styke and Mr. State regarding the existing shortage of freehold industrial land in Greater Christchurch, particularly in Rolleston. And at 12, I accept the conclusions of Mr. Everest and Mr. Mathamo that the site is unlikely to be viable for future agricultural uses. I agree that it is appropriate, and in my opinion, it is necessary to have Rule 22.10.4, so that relates to retail and services activity in the zone, apply to the Plan Change 80 area as volunteered by the applicant, so as to provide some confidence that the wide range of retail and commercial activities otherwise enabled in the business to a zone would be disenabled on the site. And that's important, my submission, to avoid potential adverse retail distributional effects on centres. Paragraph 14, I generally agree with Ms. Hampson's evidence that, so I listened to her statement this morning as well, and I agree with most of what she said, but I'll turn to that, and happy, of course, to answer your question on that. But this was written before I listened to her this morning, so I generally agree with her evidence that vacant capacity is constantly changing as development takes place, and that snapshots quickly become out of date, making projections of industrial land supply sufficiency challenging. B, Selwyn's industrial land demand supply balance has changed since the GCP housing and business development capacity assessment in March 2018 and Our Space in the same year. And the HBDCA and Our Space are the most recently publicly available documents that quantify the sufficiency of industrial zones in Greater Christchurch. I note that more recent industrial land assessment has been undertaken by my company, as referred to in Ms. Hampson's assessment. And there is work ongoing at the moment as well. That hasn't been finalised yet, but is in the process of being finalised now. The memo that Council supplied to Ms. Hampson was provided as an early part of the next industrial land assessment Council has commissioned my company to undertake. That assessment has been ongoing throughout 2022. And I'll just add in there that has involved detailed site visits along the lines of those in site validation as undertaken by Mr. Carter and his company. And the assessment has resulted in changed conclusions as to industrial land demand and supply from the previously produced assessment. as I explained below. Point D, some of Selwyn's industrial land that was identified as vacant in the HBDCA has since been developed, meaning that industrial land supply has decreased from the level assessed in the HBDCA, notwithstanding the addition of the 27 hectares zoned by Plan Change 66. In my opinion, Ms. Hampson's assessment of vacant industrial land in the GCP area of Selwyn District of 163 hectares is reasonable. And in my opinion, it's not appropriate, though, to exclude from that vacant land that is owned by existing businesses and land banked, as Ms. Hampson discussed this morning. And I agree with her stance that until land is supporting employment and the buildings have workers in them or activity on them for storage, etc., an empty shell of a building should be classified as vacant, and that still represents opportunity to accommodate industrial employment and accommodate some of the demand that's been assessed. So for planning purposes, I'd recommend not excluding that from the vacant supply, but I note that makes little difference to the overall conclusions reached as to the sufficiency of industrial land supply. At point E, future demand for industrial land in Selwyn is now projected to be higher than was modelled in the HBDCA. The increase is due to intervening changes in several growth drivers, as referred to by Ms. Hampson, including population and employment growth, different mixes of industrial activities influencing workspace ratios, and changing site coverage and building density trends. So paragraph 15, I can confirm that the 2022 assessment, industrial land assessment, now applies quite significantly higher workspace ratios. That's the square metres of floor space required to accommodate each worker, reflecting the fact that, as Ms. Hampson correctly notes, there has been a trend to more space-extensive activities in Rolleston with lower employment densities. Point B, there's also been some adjustment to the floor area ratios. So that's the square metres of the site occupied by buildings to reflect slightly more intensive average use of industrial sites, with the average now included as one of the three demand scenarios presented. And Ms. Hampson's supposition about the range of options provided in the model that was provided to council is correct, that a range are provided so the council can test different scenarios, but a preferred starting point was not necessarily recommended. But the average is now included as one of the three, so that can be tested easily. Point C, at the top of page 4, the new model revises treatment of vacant potential sites. That was another matter discussed with Ms. Hampson. So there are now more strict criteria for identifying these sites, resulting in fewer being identified. And so all yard-based and storage activities are now recorded as occupied sites, whereas previously some had been classified as vacant potential. I note that the identified vacant potential sites are only included as supply in the long term and not in the short and medium terms. And that was also the case with the earlier modelling. So the vacant potential wasn't a significant inflationary effect on available supply in the short and medium terms, notwithstanding that it has now been refined down in the long term as well. Point D, the new modelling includes as vacant industrial land supply the 2 growth overlay areas identified in Ms. Hampson's figure 6, and that's occurred at the advice of council. Point E, the modelling is yet to be finalised, but is close enough to being finalised to be able to conclude that the projections indicate that it is now expected that Rolleston will have an undersupply of industrial land sometime in the long term. So the NPS UD long term, that's between 10 and 30 years from now, assuming that the growth overlay areas become zoned industrial land, but excluding Plan Change 80. With Plan Change 80's 98 hectares gross, supply, including the growth overlay areas, would exceed projected demand for at least the next 30 years. So what that's saying is that in order to meet the NPSUD requirements of sufficient industrial land supply for the long term, we need Plan Change 80 in place. Point F, this new study is the latest in a series of industrial land assessments that's been correctly identified by Ms. Hampson. And these assessments have been undertaken at a frequency slightly greater than the minimum prescribed in the National Policy Statement on Urban Development, which was every 3 years. And that's in recognition that industrial land supply in Selwyn and growth generally in Selwyn is a very challenging environment and has been so rapid and such a quickly changing environment that that minimum of every 3 years is really a bit inadequate to stay on top of recent trends. And I think Ms. Hampson pointed to the relatively recent evolution of inland ports in Selwyn, and it was around sort of 2016 or 2017. Mr. Carter will be able to confirm that, but say within the last 5 years. So the initial industrial land modelling from about 2017 hadn't yet had the opportunity to understand the implications of inland ports in Selwyn, and even the more recent 2019 modelling, those effects were still very much to play out. And so the things like site coverage and the workspace ratios hadn't really yet had an opportunity to be confirmed, but we've now got a much better understanding of those now that the inland ports have been sort of in place for about 5 years, and that's given us the opportunity to revise this current iteration of business land modelling, which is why there's been changes as I've discussed. So turning to points of disagreement, there are no outstanding points of the application with which I disagree, provided that the non-complying status in Rule 22.10.4, as I discussed earlier, that has been proposed by the applicant is accepted. And so in conclusion, the conclusion I reached in my peer review report remains, namely that there is strong economic merit to the proposed Plan Change 80, that Plan Change 80 would assist Rolleston's industrial land supply being sufficient to meet demand for the duration of the NPSUD long term, and I support the application on economics grounds.
Thank you. So on strong economic grounds, that's wider than just the capacity issue, just the supply. It's the all of the other economic.
Yes, yep. So I mean, providing local employment, opportunities to accommodate growth, efficiencies in the industrial land market. Yeah.
When you say efficiencies, is that the competitive aspect?
Yeah, so avoiding land prices that become too high, which is I think was covered by the real estate witnesses yesterday. Yeah, a shortage of availability will push up prices and make it difficult for businesses to find suitable premises, which can constrain economic growth or force it to locate in other locations.
Well, you listened to my discussions with Ms. Hampson this morning. Was there anything arising from those discussions that you'd like to comment on?
Not particularly. I don't think I thought Ms. Hampson gave well thought out answers, and I'm pretty well agreed with her observations that I suppose the time had come for a change in how the modelling was undertaken, and that's been recognised and actioned. So her observations about the historic inaccuracies of the model are fair, and they are fair because it has been a very challenging environment to predict growth in, and I think it's fair to say that no one has really predicted the magnitude of growth that would be directed to Rolleston and the amount the population would grow by, and the industrial environment as well, and also the effects of and popularity of the inland port and the associated industry related to the port. So it has been a challenging environment, but that's been now recognised, and the consequence of that is that we now accept that industrial land supply is facing challenges within the MPSUD long term. So, I mean, Ms. Sampson pointed to all of those, and I can confirm that her assessment was fair on those points.
Some of this, or at least one of the submitters, has raised the issue in relation to the focus of industrial land in Rolleston. I think you do address it in your original review, and that's been raised. That, you know, why is Rolleston getting all of this, and should it not be spread to places like Prebbleton, Lincoln, etc. Now, your view, for my reading, well, you did address it in your initial report. I'm sure you did, and you were saying that the focus is appropriate. The focus on Rolleston in terms of Selwyn.
Yes. So I think there are quite significant benefits for industrial activity co-locating with each other. There is industrial zone. There are industrial zones in Selwyn smaller towns, but they're fairly limited. I think yesterday there was discussion about the industrial zone in Lincoln, which I understand is pretty well completely vacant. And I think, as Mr. Carter noted, that's subject to a request for rezoning in the PDP that's underway. So that has never taken off. In Darfield and Leaston, say, the industrial zones are more focused on the sort of local provision of industrial, so equipment servicing and automotive, those kind of things, rather than the warehousing and etc. And I think part of the reason for that is, well, there are several reasons. One is Rolleston's proximity to Christchurch and to the rail lines give Rolleston a natural advantage for an industrial land location within Selwyn. As to why this activity hasn't, say, established in Christchurch, I'm not 100% sure, but I guess the evidence of Mr. State and his counterpart yesterday, that there's a bit of a shortage of industrial land supply within urban Christchurch, maybe some sort of an indication of that. But I think to some extent the fact that the zoning has established here, it's a bit self-fulfilling, I suppose, that the most significant zone was established in Rolleston, and that has kept growing and is now, you know, on the way to being full. And to establish a new industrial node, say around Lincoln, with its slightly inferior locational advantages, attributes, that would be a bit challenging and a bit of a step for a developer or a landowner to take on, and it is probably a little bit self-fulfilling that you know, Rolleston's industrial area is now already here and well established, and will continue to be the main focus of industrial activity in Selwyn, and therefore be popular.
Okay, so just so I'm clear, even if what's been identified in the growth overlay areas, which is the one close to the port and the one out further.
Yeah.
So right. So PC, it'd still be, yeah, it would still, the demand would still exceed supply.
Yes, that's correct, unless Plan Change 80 is in place. Yeah, so those two growth overlay areas together accommodate about 100 hectares. Recent demand is running about 13 hectares a year, so is now quite significantly more than, say, the 2017 and 2019 assessments, which were well, the earliest of them was based on that employment chart, which has the dip as the earthquake recovery ceases, which you discussed with Ms. Hampson this morning. Now with a more of a sort of a straight line that avoids that dip and continued employment growth, that employment future and the underlying economic factors. So that was another discussion that you had this morning about the local influences on industrial land demand versus the sort of national or even international factors. Those are a bit more in play now, and it's those factors, say related to the inland port in particular, that have driven demand higher than what was previously assessed up to that sort of 13 hectares a year level. Sorry, that diverged a bit off your question about the growth.
No, that's, we've answered the next one. So that's 13 hectares per year growth forecast or the supply need.
Yes.
Okay. But that's over the long term.
I'm actually not 100% sure how the assumption, I think demand is assumed to decrease slightly in the beyond the medium term. But certainly in the short term, predictions are for that sort of rate to continue. But I'm not sure about the long term, sorry.
Okay. Now, given the work that you've been done on the stage it's at, I mean, what's the process from here in relation to that? That goes to council, then council decides what it does with it, does it? And then
yeah, so I'm not actually the author of that study. I've been briefed on the study by my colleague who's doing that work. So I'm not completely sure, but that would be the usual process, yes, that a draft report would be provided, assumptions discussed and possibly revised. The report might be revised, and at some point the report would be finalised. I'm not sure what the end game is, whether that gets made public or not, or what it gets used for.
I haven't seen your memo of 3 October, I think it was, which I'll get a copy of. And you're saying that that's reflective of this part of this process, if you like. Is that related to this, to the process that's going on in terms of the study that you've talked about?
Sorry, I'm not sure what the memo of 3 October is.
Was it 3 October?
There was one that, the memo that Ms. Hampson referred to, that was 23rd of December last year.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I think it might have been provided on 3rd of October, yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, what was the question then?
So is that reflective of the work that's been undertaken?
Yes, it is very much, yes. So that sort of explained the background and the process, and some sort of preliminary, I suppose, directional findings. And from those, Ms. Hampson has correctly inferred the sort of direction that things are heading in. And I can confirm that, you know, because the memo was dated just before Christmas last year, since then more work has been ongoing, and there have been site visits to the Rolleston industrial area and other industrial areas and so on. And they have confirmed the type of things that Ms. Hampson talked about in the Mr. Carter's validated survey, also identified about uptakes of industrial land, etc.
Okay, so you say it's not appropriate to exclude the land bank for their own future business development.
Yes, sir. So I heard your discussion with Ms. Hampson this morning, and I agreed with her response. I don't know whether her response actually was to that question or to something else, but at some point she said, until there is actually employment in the building, effectively, the building is available to accommodate employment, and it's the employment effectively that is part of demand. So until the building is occupied, demand can be accommodated by it. So even if it is an existing business, its future expansion will form part of that demand side of the equation.
Okay, so it's not, I think, it's not available to the market was the discussion I think we had with Ms.
Yeah, so that's, I suppose, somewhat of a separate issue, the availability of land to purchase versus the availability of land to occupy. And Ms. Hampson noted that typically HBAs don't really consider freehold versus leasehold. It is it is a factor that's not really considered, and isn't in the Selwyn assessment, as it's not in the assessments that she's been involved in. I suppose that would provide an extra thread to the understanding of availability of industrial land, but it is quite difficult to identify in this sort of study whether land is land banked or not, and really relies on the knowledge of specific businesses, sort of operational processes, such as Mr. Carter probably has quite a good understanding of, but is not always available in sort of bulk data sets or from site visits, etc.
Okay. All right, don't think I had any more questions for you, Mr. Foy. So thank you for your assistance.
Very good. Thank you, sir.
Three, welcome. Good afternoon. Can you, you've prepared your summary, can you start from paragraph 7?
Certainly. My peer review primarily focused on the applicant's noise assessment by Mr. Leithwaite. I also reviewed and provided comment on submissions. In my review, I recorded my position that if activities establishing comply with the proposed district plan noise limits, this would ensure there is reasonable protection of residential amenity for nearby dwellings and other noise sensitive locations such as Rolleston Prison. These limits represent values that should not be exceeded to provide reasonable protection of health and amenity for residential land use, from New Zealand Standard 602/2008. Should this plan change be approved, these limits are likely to be applicable to activities establishing on the site. I also agreed with the applicant's assessment that reverse sensitivity effects, i.e. occupiers of the business zone sites complaining about other noise in the area, is unlikely to be a key issue for a B2A zone development in this location. I have now reviewed the further planning evidence from the New Zealand Defence Force, which expands on concerns about reverse sensitivity for Burnham Military Camp, and provide further comment below. I stated that further assessment should be provided by the applicant to quantify potential noise effects resulting from an increase in traffic and rail noise as a result of this proposal. I have now reviewed the noise evidence of Mr. Leithwaite, where further detail has been provided on both these aspects. I have also reviewed the transport evidence of Mr. Fuller, where relevant to this analysis. From the evidence of Mr. Leithwaite and planning evidence of Ms. Seaton, I understand that the ODP has now been amended to require a 2.5 metre high earth bund on the two-chain road frontage. This bund will provide beneficial acoustic screening for nearby dwellings. A limit on any potential extension of rail sidings to as far as the east-west primary road is also proposed. To reflect the concerns raised about the noise sensitivity of the Rolleston prison site and subsequent engagement with Araputama Aotearoa, there is also a proposed change in activity status to discretionary or non-complying for some heavy industrial activities within 500 metres of the Walkers Road boundary of Rolleston Prison, and a new rule specifying that any business operating at night time within 150 metres of this boundary will be restricted discretionary. In the following sections, I've discussed the additional traffic and rail noise assessments provided by the applicant, as I have otherwise recorded general agreement with the acoustic assessment. The further detail provided by the New Zealand Defence Force regarding the potential for reverse sensitivity effects for Burnham Military Camp is also discussed. Traffic noise on nearby roads. I raised concerns that increased traffic on nearby roads could be a key noise effect for nearby sites, particularly if there were large increases in traffic volumes above the baseline at certain times of the day, or increases in the number of heavy vehicles at night. In his evidence, Mr. Leithwaite provides with PC80 and without PC80 traffic noise predictions based on forecast traffic information from Mr. Fuller. The predicted traffic volume increases from 8,100 to 11,800 vehicles per day on two-chain road and 9,500 to 13,250 vehicles per day on Walkers Road. A slightly increased percentage of heavy vehicles from 15% to 18% is also expected. On this basis, Mr. Leithwaite predicts an increase of 1 to 2 dB LAEQ 24 hour at the eastern end of Two-Chain Road and the southern end of Walkers Road. I agree that these predicted increases are as expected for the forecasted change in traffic volume and composition. The original integrated traffic assessment submitted with the application outlined that Two-Chain Road has a current volume in the order of 1,800 vehicles per day, and Walkers Road has a current traffic volume in the order of 1,700 vehicles per day. There is therefore a significant increase to the forecasted without PC80 scenario of 8,100 vehicles per day at the eastern end of Two-Chain Road and 9,500 vehicles per day at the southern end of Walkers Road. I understand from the evidence of Mr. Fuller that traffic modelling to determine these forecasts and the effects of the plan change represents a scenario beyond 2033 and likely beyond 2038. This illustrates that traffic volumes and associated noise levels in the vicinity of these roads will increase markedly in the next 10 to 20 years by in the order of 6 to 8 dB LEQ 24 hour, and residential amenity, including at the prison, will be degraded when compared to the current situation. These changes are expected to occur independent of PC80, which would mean an additional 1 to 2 dB LEQ 24 hour of traffic noise. While I understand from the evidence of Mr. Fuller that buildings will not be constructed on the site until after the completion of the State Highway 1 Duns Crossing Road, Walkers Road intersection, anticipated in 2026, I'm unsure whether traffic growth as a result of Plan Change 80 would occur at a similar or higher rate to that of other general traffic in the area as a result of network changes. If PC80 traffic growth occurs more rapidly than the other forecasted increases to traffic growth, which form the basis of the comparison, then changes to traffic noise as a result of PC80 in the short term will be more evident than Mr. Leithwaite's analysis would suggest and could represent an obvious change. However, Mr. Leithwaite's analysis is representative of the anticipated future situation. When considered alongside other anticipated changes to the network, the future change in traffic noise will be small. If growth in traffic from PC80 occurs at a similar rate to other changes in traffic in the area, it may be difficult to distinguish between them. I agree with Mr. Leithwaite's description in paragraph 70 of his evidence that individual louder vehicle movements to and from the site will be distinguishable, but at a similar level to louder vehicle movements passing on the road. Mr. Leithwaite has also provided comment on nighttime traffic generation from the site, focusing on maximum noise levels, which I agree is relevant. I understand from his evidence that while nighttime traffic generation from the PC80 site is uncertain, there is a potential doubling of traffic volumes overnight along the eastern section of Two Chain Road and south section of Walkers Road. Mr. Leithwaite considers that heavy vehicle passings could potentially lead to levels in the order of 70 dB LAF max at a dwelling 35 metres from Two Chain Road, and levels which exceed the WHO recommended maximum event criterion of 45 dB L max inside bedrooms, meaning there is the potential for sleep disturbance. I agree that this assessment is reasonable, and whether this criterion is exceeded in practice will depend on where bedrooms are located relative to the road, individual dwelling constructions, and whether residents sleep with windows open for ventilation. For dwellings further set back from the road, the noise levels will be lower and the risk of awakening events less. Mr. Leithwaite ultimately concludes that since the majority of PC80 additional movements are anticipated to be remote from rural dwellings along the west section of Two Chain Road and the Rolleston prison cell blocks along Walkers Road, there is not expected to be a readily observable change for these locations. While not stated, I assume this is also when compared to a future 2033 to 2038 plus traffic scenario. Given the setbacks involved, I agree this will be the case. Generally, the dwellings on Two Chain Road that are east of the indicative primary roads shown in the ODP are set back more than 35 metres from the existing carriageway of Two Chain Road. However, there appears to be a dwelling at 90 Two Chain Road between the two primary accesses to Two Chain Road, which is in the order of 21 metres from the road. For this dwelling, it is likely that noise levels from a heavy vehicle on Two Chain Road would exceed the WHO recommended maximum event criterion of 45 LMAX inside bedrooms. The frequency of these events will increase as a result of PC80, although given the location between the proposed accesses, I assume there will not be as many as double the overnight movements as for further east along Two Chain Road. While the number of potential awakening events at this dwelling may increase as a result of PC80, I accept that heavy vehicle movements on Two Chain Road, including at night, are likely to be prevalent as a result of anticipated network changes in the area. While residents of this dwelling may be required to adapt their behaviour or the dwelling to manage road noise in sleeping areas, this effect is likely to occur regardless of PC80. If heavy vehicle movements at night as a result of PC80 increase more quickly than other traffic in the wider area, this effect may be realised more quickly than it would have otherwise.
Can I just ask you a question now? Or
Yeah, no, go for it.
before you get into the rounders?
Yeah.
I may have missed it, but obviously the residents have identified, and others have identified that the difference is that these vehicles are going, are slowing down and accelerating, so they're not part of that stream of traffic that may increase with the rerouting of traffic. How's that picked up? Is that in the LMAX, or is that?
Yeah, so we have done some studies of similar kind of situations, because this is a reasonably common concern that comes up. And in terms of the absolute level, you don't normally see much of a difference between a vehicle slowing and entering a site compared to something passing on the road. Generally because something passing on the road is travelling at a higher speed, which increases the noise level. but it's definitely something that would be distinguishable, and you'd be able to tell the difference if you're listening. But it's not necessarily something that would be picked up by either the maximum noise level or the average noise level. It's more a character type thing.
Okay, so it could be within the same sort of noise levels, but still noticeable. Or
Yeah, so if you're listening out for it, you'd tell the difference. And then, yeah, you'd know that a truck is either entering or exiting the site if you were listening.
And sorry, just while we're on that point, yeah, I mean ear brakes and that sort of thing.
Yeah, I mean the studies that we've done have included that the truck braking and accelerating away. Sites include all those kind of things.
Okay.
So I guess from a truck travelling at a higher speed, you start to get other things like swishes and creaks, and along with the increased aerodynamic noise.
Okay, thank you. Rail noise.
Rail noise. Since my initial review, the applicant has proposed a restriction on any potential extension of rail sidings to as far as the east-west primary road without a resource consent. Mr. Leithwaite has also provided further clarification that he anticipates activities such as loading and unloading of wagons would take place on a private siding within private land and would be subject to the PDP noise limits. Noise from train movements within the rail corridor, including shunting of wagons from sidings where within the rail corridor, would be exempt as a permitted activity under the PDP. Given the limit on the location of potential rail sidings relative to rural dwellings and Rolleston Prison, the fact that loading and unloading activities are anticipated to be subject to the PDP rules, and the additional bunding along Two Chain Road now proposed in the ODP, I am satisfied that noise effects from this aspect of the proposal can be adequately controlled at sensitive receivers. Reverse sensitivity from Burnham Military Camp. Further detail on the anticipated noise generating activities at Burnham Military Camp and their location has been provided by NZDF. This includes NZDF training exercises on the eastern side of the military camp, along with a driver training circuit in Aylesbury Range. I identified Aylesbury Range in my original review, noting that given the distance from the proposed PC80 area and the number of residential dwellings in closer proximity or at a similar setback, I did not expect reverse sensitivity issues relating to the Burnham military base to arise from proposed B2A activities in this location. I consider that the driver training circuit would be a similar case. NZDF have confirmed that training exercises will occur in closer proximity to the PC80 site than these other sources. While these are closer, I remain of the opinion that given the relative proximity of other more sensitive activities, including Rolleston Prison and Te Punawai o Tuhi Napo, that reverse sensitivity issues for Burnham military base are unlikely to arise as a result of the proposed B2A activities.
Right, thank you. Now, in your report, you identified some issues with noise complaints from the existing industrial.
Yes, would you like me to expand on that?
Yes,
as well? But yes. Yeah, so our company has had some involvement with complaints that have been received from the existing industrial areas in Rolleston. There's been a couple of situations that I'm aware of. The first was a large cool store type situation, which was established close to the northern end of iZone, and complaints were received about that. Some investigation was done, and it turned out that it actually wasn't complying with the noise limits that it should have been. So they have ended up having to amend their activity somewhat, as well as apply for resource consent for slightly higher noise limits. And they're still applying for various consents for each additional piece of activity that they want to do. And there's also been some complaints from residents in the vicinity of Armac Drive, which is to the west of iZone, and those primarily relate to nighttime noise received, and generally that would be noise received at complying levels, although not all of the activities in the closest activities in the business zone have been observed to comply. And that was, low frequency noise at night issue. And it's a peculiarity of that specific dwelling and its construction, from what I understand. And the likely contributors of the noise at that dwelling, there's a fertilizer plant that has some equipment. That's one of the potential sources of that.
All right, so you're not aware of complaints in terms of arising from container moving and those sorts?
No, I haven't heard of any. Sometimes, like in my past experience, when I've been looking at residences near industrial type activities, sometimes loud maximum noise events from things like containers being dropped or poorly handled can be a source of complaints. I'm not aware of it in the vicinity of the current iZone.
Can you just remind me, if you can, how close are the dwellings? What are sort of the nearest dwellings around the iZone, apart from the ones that are opposite? On the other side of the highway?
I can't give you a specific distance off the top of my head. They would be generally slightly further back than some of the closer dwellings in this situation. But those Armac Drive dwellings are reasonably close to an area of iZone, but it hasn't been fully developed up there then. I think the complaints related to something more central on the site.
Here there's a grouping of dwellings on the opposite side of Two Chain Road, and is that different from what's around iZone as well?
Yes, I'd see the main differences as being, so the dwellings near Two Chain Road will receive generally higher noise levels from traffic, or will do in the future. Some of those other dwellings that I'm aware of that have complained have been, I guess, set back even further into the rural areas and a bit more remote from major roads. So I guess in that sense, they might be a little bit more sensitive to nighttime noise emissions. And I guess I'd make the point that the complaints were about nighttime noise in both cases, not daytime noise, as far as I'm aware.
In terms of the bund, and I had discussions with Mr. Gluthwaite yesterday in terms of how effective they are in terms of noise reduction, and he was talking about basically either the noise producer or the noise recipient need to be fairly close to the bund to get any real benefit from it.
Yes, that's correct. Yes, yeah. So I'd see the benefit of the bund primarily as being for the sites that are closest to Two Chain Road. So it would help with screening some of those closer activities, and particularly sources that are lower to the ground. I think Mr. Leithwaite made the point that sources that are higher up or are not screened by the bund, there won't be any benefit there. I guess, so the bund is beneficial. It will also be punctuated by accesses and things like that will reduce its effectiveness in that area. But I still think it's a positive thing.
So the planting itself won't reduce noise.
No.
No. Were you here when I was talking to the residents?
I was on my way, so I heard the end of the discussion.
Mm. Yeah, I mean, they've described the noise environment, and they've described the noise and vibration from existing trucks. And one in particular, or some in particular, were talking about waking them. Does that surprise you?
No, so I think the resident that I was here for that talked about that, and there might have been others, is, from what I understand, at one of the dwellings that's closer to the road. So my comments primarily in this summary have been about the dwellings that will be exposed to the higher traffic volumes. So the western end of Two Chain Road and the southern end of Walkers Road. I understand their dwelling is closer to the Walkers Road intersection. But I mean, those comments kind of align with Mr. Leithwaite's analysis, and I've agreed with that. That for dwellings close to the road, you'd already expect people to potentially be being woken up by trucks at night due to the speed and the proximity of the dwelling to the road. And that would increase as the volume of traffic increases and the number of vehicles increases. And whether that's actually realised in practice depends on quite a number of factors. So whether someone has a bedroom on that side of the house that's closest to the road, whether they like to sleep with their windows open in summer and things like that.
Okay, and the WHO guidelines, they're based on windows open.
Yes, yeah, because you don't really want to create a situation where someone has to choose between fresh air or noise.
Okay, just so I'm clear in terms of your paragraphs 18 and 19. Right, so if the growth in traffic from PC 80 and the increase in traffic from the changes to the roading network, if they coincide, then it won't be particularly won't be.
Yeah, so the change is going to be dramatic if when those forecasted values happen. I'm talking about the general network changes in the area. And if the growth of both happens simultaneously, I don't think you'll really be able to pick or distinguish much between them.
Okay. So from the redirection of traffic, that's going to be a dramatic effect.
Yes, yeah.
So
we're talking about quite reasonably low traffic volumes at the moment, and they're getting a lot higher in the future. It is a reasonably long projection, I guess. So it might be fairly gradual for people living there. It's just whether there might be a more dramatic change observed if the PC80 development really takes off and starts generating traffic more quickly than those other network changes would happen. I understand from the little bit of Mr. Fuller's summary that I heard yesterday that he was expecting a bit of a jump up once that roundabout is completed. I don't know in terms of levels of traffic volumes what that would mean, but does show that there's going to be an increase reasonably soon as anticipated.
okay. there any particular industrial activities that, I mean, you've identified what's been happening at ISO and the ones that you've had. Are there any sort of industrial activities that, you know, are much more prone to generating noise effects than others?
Yeah, I guess the ones that could generate higher noise levels would be things like processing machinery, or I guess activities that end up with quite sizable mechanical plant or external to the building. Things with large extracts or fans. There's quite a range of activities that could be accommodated in a zone like this. Yeah. I think the applicants made the point that not all of them will be noisy, but some of them could be quite noisy. It's the flip side to that.
And in terms of this discussion about housing, the ones that are noisy will need to be housing their activities, etc., if they're close to the boundary. And I think you raised something about a more general setback in your original report.
Yeah, so in my original review, I was, I guess, making the point that there was reliance on complying with the district plan limits to manage the effects, but there wasn't really any kind of concrete way of, or widespread kind of site-wide way of showing that in the ODP. And I guess in some ways the work that the applicant's done with the prison shows that there are some things that can be done to reduce the types of activities that can occur close to sensitive areas by amending what's permitted and what becomes discretionary activity. Yeah, so ultimately, like I agree that if the activity is designed in a way that it complies with the plan limits, then the effects will be adequately controlled. Things like setbacks and bunds just help provide further certainty that that would be achieved more easily.
Okay, so you've looked at the rules in terms of the prison, what's proposed.
Yes, and yes.
And yeah, I mean, I've spoken to others about whether something similar could be appropriate along Chain Road from an acoustic perspective. Do you have a comment on that?
Yeah, I'd say so. Restricting the type of things that will happen at night along the sites closest to Chain Road would definitely increase the certainty that there's not going to be nighttime noise issues. So that would, yeah, certainly be a beneficial change.
Anything else?
No, so I'm aware
nighttime effects are the ones
that would be the ones that would concern me most. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, so I'm aware that there's a range of activities and that have been kind of highlighted by the prison as being a larger concern to them. And presumably they'd also be of a similar concern to residential dwellings. But those kind of activities can comply with the limit if they're designed appropriately.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you. Right, good afternoon, Mr. Murray. Mr. England River, sorry. Now, could you get the microphone on? Now, you prepared a summary statement, and if you can just start taking me through that from paragraph 3, please.
Perfect. Okay, water supply. The Rolleston water supply provides UV treated deep groundwater to the Rolleston community. Rolleston is expected to see significant growth over the next 30 years. Capacity upgrades are proposed to meet this growth, including additional water sources, bores, storage and pipeline infrastructure. I consider that capacity within the reticulated network to service this planned change is available and/or future capacity upgrades are proposed and planned for, and therefore future water conveyance capacity can be provided to accommodate this request. Priority of consented water allocation needs to be given to those developments within the Rolleston Structure Plan area. This plan change area is outside the Rolleston Structure Plan area, and therefore, should the plan change be approved in whole or in part, consented water needs to be made available for this plan change area to be developed. A rule requiring potable water supply availability at the time of subdivision is required. Ms. Seaton has proposed a rule in her evidence that no subdivision of land shall take place until potable water supply is available, which is capable of servicing any lots within the subdivision. This proposed rule addresses my concern. Wastewater, the Pines Wastewater Treatment Plant. Wastewater is treated and disposed of at the Pines Wastewater Treatment Plant in Rolleston. The Pines Wastewater Treatment Plant is designed to be progressively upgraded to accommodate up to 60,000 person equivalents of incoming flow, with plans to increase the treatment capacity up to 120 population equivalents being prepared. The current connected catchment has a population equivalence of approximately 42 to 45,000 people. Wastewater conveyance. Connection of the development's wastewater network to the council's reticulated network is feasible and will be the subject of an engineering approval process in the future. I comment on potential solutions in my evidence. Depending on the type of industry proposed to be established, flow limitations may need to be imposed or the application declined. This process is managed through the council's trade waste bylaw. Stormwater. It is anticipated by the applicant that stormwater will be discharged to ground. The proposed management of stormwater is appropriate for this area. I would recommend that stormwater consent is obtained from Environment Canterbury prior to resource consent subdivision being applied for from the Selwyn District Council. Finally, water races. There is a water race flowing to the north in a north to south direction within the western end of the site. There are a few ways to manage the water race, and the ultimate treatment of the water race can be determined at the subdivision consent stage.
Yeah, thank you. Why the tie between subdivision and potable water supply when this is in a context of a industrial plan change? I understand that in terms of a residential context where everything will be subdivided off, but and I may be wrong, but there's nothing here which, because the constantly expressed, but potable supply would be an issue as soon as an activity is established, wouldn't it, rather than a subdivision?
Yeah, and perhaps subdivision is the wrong word to use in that context, but I suppose subdivision could be replaced by development, because you're right, it's the demand that can't occur until potable water has been provided. Yeah. So it's probably a planning question that maybe subdivision is the wrong term in that regard.
Okay. I understand that that this is going to be largely about freehold lots, so that likely there will be subdivision at some stage, but it's just occurred to me that potentially activities could establish. Yeah,
no, that's a valid point. So maybe, I'm not sure if someone's got some alternative wording, but it's either subdivision or development or land use change has occurred.
Okay. In terms of the water supply, in terms of the allocation or setting aside the land for the water for, what's in Rolleston and what's within the structure plan, etc. Mr. Matoma, did you hear his evidence in terms of the transfer of consent from the PC 69 or partner?
No, so I haven't listened to that in its entirety, but I understand what he's proposing. And that's fine. So in the past, when developments happened, land use has changed from some irrigated land to subdivision, and so developers had access to that consent and transferred that to council to allow that development to be serviced with water. So that's what we're requiring here. And so whether the consent's transferred from the land itself or from another parcel of land within the same groundwater catchment, that's fine.
Okay. I can't remember the exact figures, but it was approximately half what's consented, I think. That would be.
Yeah, there were significant consents down there, volume, so I don't foresee any issues with that.
And in terms of conveyance, infrastructure for conveying water, you've got no problems with that, no concerns about that.
Correct. Yeah. So the Rolleston water supply network would need to be extended, but that was something that would happen through their development and engineering approval process. There was some comment made yesterday about some properties having low pressure. I was just going to comment on that.
Yes.
This proposal will probably, in fact, aid with that once we extend the water main and ring main it through to 2 parts of Rolleston. I think the pressure would probably increase for those property owners. So there's a benefit for them.
So is there particular pockets of Rolleston that have problems with pressure from time to time?
It would be at the extremity of the supply. So we do provide water across to the prison. So that takes a lot. Yeah, there's quite a lot of pipe work to get all the way around to the prison to provide them water and other places along that route. But this will provide a ring main to those properties, which will improve the water supply.
Okay. Okay. In terms of the pines, we've had this discussion on a number of occasions. Is there an update on where that, where the increasement, the plans to increase it to the 120 PE? All right.
Yeah, I'm not sure what we spoke about last time, but there's 2 current clarifiers, and the third one is almost finished construction for that. The solar drying halls are being duplicated, so we've now got the full 60,000 population equivalents for that part of it. And in terms of Pines 120, we're now in the the developed concept design for that process, and also developing resource consent applications as well. Okay. So the consultants have been engaged, and that work is well underway.
Okay, so you've got 2 clarifiers and you've doubled the drying.
Correct, yeah. And so we have 2 existing, and the third clarifier is about to be brought online.
That's right. Sorry. What has connected now in terms of the townships? Are they still waiting? The outlying townships sort of going to connect them? That still hasn't occurred?
So the pipeline from Pines to Darfield, or Darfield to Pines, I should say, that pipeline's been constructed, and the pump stations are almost live. At this stage, we're accepting wastewater from Darfield and Kirwee, be it new developments, and we're trucking. We will truck once they start flushing, but pipeline's in, and we're almost ready to connect. We're also looking at connecting the Ellesmere wastewater treatment plant up to the Pines treatment plant, and that's in the detailed design phase at the moment. So next financial year we'll be into construction for that.
So you're comfortable that there are feasible, for all of these infrastructural issues, there are feasible methods to address them?
Correct.
Right. Okay. All right. Thank you very much for your help.
Pleasure. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Collins.
Good afternoon, sir.
You've provided your summary. I'd probably suggest that you start at well, just start at your summary, 3.1.
3.1. I have reviewed the following statements of evidence and summaries of evidence from the applicant, Mr. Fuller on transport, Mr. Blackmore on traffic modelling, and Ms. Seaton on planning. I've reviewed the following evidence from the following submitters, and that's Mr. Fletcher from Wakakotahi. Unless otherwise discussed below, I consider that matters identified in my transportation hearing report have been resolved through evidence from the applicant's experts. In the following sections, I comment on the following matters: the additional traffic modelling information included in the evidence of Mr. Blackmore, funding of transport infrastructure, what constitutes an upgrade, and the number of new intersections on Two Chain Road serving plan change 80. Section 4, I delve into traffic modelling information, which is probably all a little bit dry.
That's right. It's,
I can give you the quick upshot if you prefer the summary, or I can read through it.
I think take it through it.
Sure thing. In his evidence, Mr. Blackmore provides further assessment of the State Highway 1 Duns Crossing Road intersection in response to comments in my hearing report, highlighting differences between the Plan Change 80 and the New Zealand Upgrade Program Paramix traffic models. Regarding the difference in overall travel demand between the PC80 Paramix model and the NZ Up Paramix model, Mr. Blackmore notes that the Plan Change 81 and 82 Paramix models, which include Plan Change 80 development, are showing higher travel demand than the NZ Up Paramix model, as the Plan Change 81-82 models are based on full development within urban zoned areas in Rolleston by 2033. Mr. Blackmore considers that based on forecast population growth for Selwyn, it is unlikely that full development will occur within urban zoned residential areas by 2033. I agree with Mr. Blackmore. In summary, the Plan Change 81-82 Paramix models incorporate greater urban development within Rolleston compared to the NZ Up Paramix model, and the Plan Change 81-82 Paramix model is likely to be over-predicting the congestion effects at the State Highway 1 Duns Crossing Road intersection for the 2033 year. Regarding the update assessment for State Highway 1 Duns Crossing Road, discussed in paragraph 15 of Mr. Blackmore's evidence, I understand that his assessment included all private plan changes up to Plan Change 82, as well as the updated NZ Up design, including a left-in, left-out arrangement at the State Highway 1 Rolleston Drive South intersection. The revised modelling is demonstrating poor performance on the Duns Crossing Road approach with an average delay of 97 seconds, and the Walkers Road approach with an average delay of 68 seconds, in the AM and PM peak respectively. The modelling results contained in the plan change ADITA as notified indicated an average delay of 44 seconds on the Duns Crossing Road approach during the AM peak and 16 seconds on the Walkers Road approach during the PM peak. The updated modelling included in Mr. Blackmore's evidence does indicate greater delays at the State Highway 1 Duns Crossing Road intersection compared with the plan change ADITA. However, as I note above, I agree with Mr. Blackmore that the various versions of the parametrics models used in the 3 assessments are likely to be over predicting congestion effects for 2033.
Just a question there, is that, yeah, those results sort of come out the average delay of 97 seconds, etc. What's impacting that? The left in, left out onto Rolleston Drive, for example, does that mean that people are going to be coming out onto Rolleston, out of there, turning left, going around the roundabout, coming in, or is that?
Potentially. There'll also potentially be some rerouting for people that would otherwise use Rolleston Drive south to turn right out of to head into Christchurch. That will head towards Duns Crossing Road and travel on Duns Crossing Road to turn right out at the roundabout instead.
Okay, so if we were leaving here, and when the changes are in place, would we be either having to go to the highway, turn left and go up and around, or go to Duns Crossing Road, or out through the?
So the signals at Rolleston Drive North will be retained,
Okay.
and there's an additional left turn lane from iPort onto the motorway,
Right,
as
so
I
it's just
understand it.
south, yeah.
But the Rolleston Drive South intersection will be converted to a current proposal is for it to be converted to left in, left out.
Okay. That's right. Of course, the main ones are being retained. Right. So all conservative, the assessments.
Yeah, the
Overpredicting.
modelling is, in my view, conservative.
Okay.
So picking up from paragraph 4.5, in paragraphs 19 to 22 of his evidence, Mr. Blackmore discusses the effect of allowing full access at the State Highway 1 Rolleston Drive south intersection. I should clarify that when I'm referring to that, I'm referring to the southern one, via a double lane roundabout, instead of restricting access to a left in, left out arrangement as proposed by Waka Kotahi as part of NZ Up. His modelling results indicate that the performance of the State Highway 1 Duns Crossing Road intersection improves considerably. The Duns Crossing Road average delay reduces to 61 seconds in the AM peak, and the Walkers Road average delay reduces to 33 seconds in the PM peak. In paragraphs 23 to 25 of his evidence, Mr. Blackmore discusses an alternative form for the State Highway 1 Duns Crossing Road intersection, being a multi-lane traffic signal intersection. In my view, while this is useful information, consideration of the type of intersection form sits with Waka Kotahi. In summary, I consider that the proposed dual lane roundabout at State Highway 1 Duns Crossing Road is sufficient to support traffic from the PC80 sites. I note that maintaining full access at the State Highway 1 Rolleston Drive intersection via a double lane roundabout instead of a left in, left out arrangement proposed by Waka Kotahi could be implemented to improve peak hour performance at State Highway 1 Duns Crossing Road intersection.
What's the distance between those? The
That's
two
a good
roundabouts?
question.
Roughly.
I am just in the map at the moment and I will bring that up for you. So that is a distance of about 1.2 kilometres between the two intersections.
So there's sufficient space. They wouldn't influence each other necessarily.
No, without putting words in Waka Kotahi's mouth, I would expect that they're not overly supportive of that. Their intention has been to, part of the intention with the NZ Up program, as I understand it, for that section of road is to reduce local access, to give priority to through movement. I understand that council is working with Waka Kotahi. Council has some concerns about the restriction to that left in, left out, but I've not been involved in those discussions. I think the mayor had sent a letter to Waka Kotahi a month or so back, just outlining some of those concerns, but I don't have any insight to where that's progressing.
Thank you. Right, funding.
Paragraph 5.1. So in paragraphs 43 to 45 of his evidence, Mr. Fuller discusses the timing and funding of transport infrastructure upgrades that are needed to support Plan Change 80. One funding mechanism that Mr. Fuller indicates is a developer agreement, which is indicated in table 1 of his evidence. In my experience, council staff are very proactive at entering into developer agreements with larger scale developments. I'm currently assisting council's transport manager with the calculation of the effect of 2 development areas within Rolleston, the effect that those 2 developments have on the need to upgrade a nearby intersection. This information will be used as the basis for negotiating a developer agreement, and is similar to the information that I presented in table 3 of my transportation technical report. I understand from council's transport manager that council has negotiated multiple successful developer agreements, and that he is comfortable it is an appropriate funding mechanism to deliver transport infrastructure upgrades where there are wider beneficiaries beyond just the plan change site.
Okay. Yeah, I had in mind that there was some concern with those developer agreements in certain circumstances, but perhaps it's different.
I included that commentary there. It's been discussed at some of the other plan changes that have been going through lately, and it had been raised by some submitters as a concern that the plan change was relying on infrastructure that was potentially unfunded or required third-party funding. So from my perspective, I see developer agreements are an appropriate mechanism to deliver the infrastructure that's needed where there's beneficiaries beyond the immediate plan change site, or as a means, to, for example, bring forward projects that are currently within the long-term plan.
Right. What constitutes an upgrade?
Paragraph 7.1. In its submission, Waka Kotahi sought amendments to proposed Rule 22.9.x to clarify what constitutes an upgrade. In my hearing report, I supported Waka Kotahi's position on this matter. Following questions from Commissioner Thomas during the hearing for Plan Change 81 and 82, Mr. Fuller and I discussed minor amendments to the proposed rules and ODPs for Plan Change 81 and 82 to add clarity to the type of transport upgrades that were anticipated. Consistent with the discussions that Mr. Fuller and I have had on Plan Change 81 and 82, Ms. Seaton's summary statement included amendments to proposed rules 22.9X and 24.1.3X to clarify what each upgrade includes. And those were the amendments that Ms. Seaton talked us through this morning. And I confirm that I support those amendments.
Okay, what is that, just for reasons of certainty, or?
To provide more guidance to future consenting, the consenting team at council, to have an appreciation of what was anticipated during the plan change. A lot of the information that we have in front of us and is readily available is not necessarily immediately accessible in a few years' time for the consenting team. So that was the intent. So rather than just saying an upgrade of an intersection, just adding a little bit more specificity into what was anticipated.
Right, and the rules themselves you're happy with?
I'm happy with the rules, yeah.
Thank you.
Moving on to paragraph 8.1. In paragraph 43 of her technical report, Ms. Faulkner, Council's landscape and visual expert, recommends that there be only one vehicle access point from plan change 80 onto Two Chain Road at the eastern end of the site. In paragraphs 54 to 55 of his evidence, Mr. Fuller expresses his opinion that a single access point onto Two Chain Road could be made to operate acceptably from a transport safety and efficiency perspective. However, a single access point would create a lower level of resilience and a less efficient transport network. I agree with Mr. Fuller. My preference is to maintain at least two intersections onto Two Chain Road, as is shown in the outline development plan and attachment 1 of Ms. Seaton's evidence.
Okay. So you're obviously not addressing amenity effects when you're talking about those.
Purely from a transport safety and efficiency.
Speed limits have been raised by the number of submitters in terms of effects, and I know it's a separate process, but what would you anticipate could happen in this context if this goes ahead?
I would expect that there's a reasonable likelihood that the speed limit would be reduced on Two Chain Road. There's definitely more of a thrust from councils to lower speed limits than there has been historically. At the moment, Selwyn Council is consulting on a range of speed reduction proposals for busier arterial roads and also urban areas in and around Rolleston. The factors that play into the reduction of the speed limit are usually the extent that surrounding land has been urbanised. So Two Chain Road will be, and this is where my uncertainty creeps in, is that one side will be urbanised and one side rural, but that urbanised side, as I understand it, there's going to be restricted vehicle access. There's going to be more hedges and things like that too, as screening. So you won't get quite that same urban feel. So that lends itself to not reducing the speed limit as much, because we talk about it as self-explaining roads where you drive to the speed that you feel you should be driving to. So for example, in that situation, setting a 50-kilometre-hour speed limit is unlikely to be effective, because you don't have that feel of a 50-kilometre-hour environment for the adjacent land uses. So I would expect that dropping the speed limit down to 80 kilometres an hour would certainly not be unachievable. Whether it would be dropped down to 60 kilometres an hour, which is the speed limit at the eastern end of Two Chain Road as you're heading into the iPort area, I'm not so sure if that would be achievable.
What is it along Jones Road? Just remind me when you go.
I think it's 60 and then it goes to 50 once it's within, sorry, my computer's just locked itself. Let me just bring that up. So it's 100 kilometres an hour on Two Chain Road, and then it transitions to a 60 kilometre zone for the last few hundred metres at Two Chain Road. And then I'm just having a look, I think. I think it stays at 60 kilometres an hour on on Jones Road through the iPort area. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. In terms of your agreement with Mr. Fuller, then that's on both transport safety and efficiency and resilience. Is it?
Yeah, so resilience, I guess the easiest way to explain that is if there was only a single intersection onto Two Chain Road from the plane change area, if you had a road closure on Two Chain Road or within the plane change area, and that might be due to roadworks or it might be due to a vehicle crash or some sort of unforeseen event, your permeability of the transport network is quite low. So as soon as you get that, essentially a break in the system, it's quite a long rerouting to get around that. Whereas if you have more connection points within your network, you have more ability to adapt if there's roadworks, accidents, things like that. So a single when Mr. Fuller and I are talking about a single intersection being able to perform acceptably from a safety and efficiency perspective, we're talking about that singular intersection. So it could be designed, if you only have one intersection, you're going to have more traffic going through it. So you may need additional turning lanes, you might need a wider intersection, things like that. But there's an engineering solution to it. But from that wider network, when you're sort of zooming out, looking at that larger network, the fewer links you have in the network, the less resilient it is.
Okay. Right, I'll just have a quick look at my notes. Okay, some of the matters have disappeared, haven't they? Like in terms of the Two Chain Road level crossing upgrade. And you're happy the occupation, building occupation's been changed too. All right. Thank you very much. That was helpful as always.
Thank you, sir.
I'm going to take a quick break if we are. Seems to have felt like a long day. I'm not quite sure why. Yeah. Yeah, thank you. So we'll just take 10 minutes. All right, we'll get underway. Ms. Fiedler, welcome. I see you've provided a summary.
Yes, I have.
Can you just commence at paragraph 7?
I confirm that proposed mitigation depicted on the amended typical section will sufficiently mitigate the landscape-related effects of the activities occurring within the site for the Two Chain Road residents. With respect to the Two Chain Road landscape mitigation, there's just one minor matter outstanding. I recommended in my review that the following details should be added to the typical section. I note these have not yet been included and request they be added to landscape treatment 5 details. It's on Seaton's evidence. The first point is that the existing trees need to be managed and maintained to provide dense visual screening of 8-metre height. This to me is an important performance standard for those trees.
The height.
And the dense visual screening. And the second point was just to note that dead or dying trees should be replaced as required. I recommended that the access from the site onto Two Chain Roads should be restricted to 1, to minimise the adverse impacts on the rural amenity for the residents of Two Chain Road, resulting from heavy traffic movements in and out of those entrances. Both Mr. Fuller and Mr. Collins agree that a single access point onto Two Chain Road could be made to operate acceptably from a transport and safety efficiency perspective. However, a single access point would create a low level of resilience and a less efficient transport network. My preference remains for just one entrance at the eastern end of the site. However, 2 entrances are certainly preferable to the 3 being sought in the plan change application. I recommend the landscape strip is required along the site's southern boundary, adjoining the railway and State Highway 1. Mr. Compton-Mohan does not consider the State Highway to be a sensitive environment, but one which is characterised by heavy vehicles and road infrastructure, and that mitigation measures are not considered necessary. I contend State Highway 1 corridor is part of the Rolleston Township, not simply a road passing through it. I therefore believe that it's valid to consider the quality and amenity of the corridor environs and the impacts that activities along its edges would have. Industrial development on the site would create a 2-kilometre long industrial interface within the southern gateway approach to Rolleston, and therefore a long-term visual amenity of the corridor should, in my view, be at least maintained or enhanced. The proposed industrial area would have a prominent and enduring presence in the community, and I consider quality design outcomes are warranted. There are 2 instances that I'm aware of in the district plan that require landscape strips between the business zone and the railway reserve, and presumably these have been required for the purpose of enhancing that interface. The examples are Rule 16.131 requires a landscape strip between Business 2 Zone and the Railway Reserve as depicted in Appendix E28 that comprises a 10-metre wide planted strip including cypress hedge and specimen trees of cedar and oak. The second example is at Rule 16.1.4 depicted in Appendix E32, which requires a landscape strip between the railway and the Business 2 Zone comprising lemonwood hedge and oak trees. Attachment 1 to my evidence shows where these landscape strips are and where they've been required along the industrial areas, which are just to the east of this plan change site. The planting I'm recommending for the site would be an extension of what is currently required along the rail state highway interface. A framework of substantial trees would visually soften the bulk of the large buildings and other industrial structures along the corridor edge. I recommend that landscape treatment 4 in Rule 24.1.3.13 would be an appropriate scale of mitigation along this boundary, combined with the retention of existing trees as appropriate. Landscape treatment 4 requires a minimum 5-metre width of trees, achieving at least 8-metre height. I suggest oak would be an appropriate species given their prevalence in the State Highway 1 rail corridor already. As acknowledged in my evidence, it's anticipated that gaps in the planting will be required to facilitate future railway siding access to the site. The need to provide for future railway access does not necessarily justify having no planting at all along the 2-kilometre interface. My rationale for recommending the existing trees on the curved eastern boundary that they should be retained is the same as what I've discussed above. In addition, the presence of a stand of substantial trees here amidst an increasingly industrial setting will provide a natural counterpoint to the built environment.
Right, thank you. Just in terms of the railway, future railway access and the planting along that 2-kilometre interface. I'm just trying to think. Can you identify anywhere with that? Where that's occurred? Where there's been that planting and there has been access through?
You mean other examples? No, I don't, but the nature of the sidings, because it can only have a minimum curve for the railway, I think it would be quite easy to plant, obviously where it's not going to encumber sight lines or whatever. But it is a long boundary, and I think the railway sidings would only occupy a part of it.
Okay. Now those areas that you've identified, I'm just trying to place them. So they're just trying to place where they are. I can identify it with the plan, but I'm just trying to think. So Rolleston Drive, where's that on?
It's
To orientate me.
Rolleston Drive South is here.
Yeah.
This is the BP station and that type of thing.
Oh, okay.
So it's directly opposite. It's immediately to the north of the site where the site curves, doesn't it curve?
When you're driving into Rolleston along the State Highway from the Christchurch direction, there's quite an open area there where
And here, yes.
Where it's quite open, quite visible. But is there a difference between the boundary locations here in terms of plan change 80 and the highway? Because it seems much further away. I feel like the industrial areas appear much further away with the space in between the rail and the road.
It does along the plan change site. That distance does change. South of Rolleston Drive, the railway reserve is a lot wider, and it's quite well planted with oak trees. But when you get north or east of Rolleston Drive, that reserve narrows, and there are no trees on the railway reserve between the road and the plan change site.
Okay.
So it does change along that length.
When people, I can't recall what's happening with speed limits along there from with Rock Kotahi upgrades, but Yeah, I mean, generally from a highway, from a road such as this, would you consider it still appropriate to have that boundary, so a boundary treatment?
I think so. Mr. Moen pointed out, well, he considered that the State Highway 1 wasn't a sensitive environment. And of course, it's not as sensitive as like the Rolleston prison or the Two Chain Road residents, but it doesn't mean you should do nothing. And in my view, the backyard of industrial areas can be quite harsh, I guess. Plus, it seems there is precedence for the other two sites I mentioned, but to have something.
So you're not looking at a screening necessarily, just to.
Well, it probably is the scale of what could happen in the industrial zone is quite massive. So you're never attempting to hide it, but I think you can get an idea from the trees that are on the railway reserve at the moment that they, even then they would provide a certain amount of visual softening, and just reducing the visual bulk. And yeah, it would just improve the aesthetics, I think, of the corridor.
And is that for the benefit of the not only the road users, but those on the other side of the road? Or
no, I think there's a big bund there and planted, and I don't think those residents would have any benefit from that. But it's for the road users. But also, I do think it is part of the urban, the Rolleston community. The local people are using that road daily.
So in terms of the views from the residential areas opposite, you're comfortable that they are appropriately dealt with?
Yes, I think what's there is substantial.
Okay, now you were, well, I won't say critical, but you were in your evidence, there could have been too much of a focus potentially on straight visual effects. Is that a fair summary?
Yes, I think it was more, I think there'd been an under emphasis on the other attributes, like character and rural amenity.
I was rereading your original report. You were talking about clutter and those sorts of things as part of the impact. And yeah, do you still, is that still a concern?
No, I think along Two Chain Road, I think the mitigation that's proposed, provides effective mitigation to what's happening within the site.
Okay.
It's more the effects of the busyness of it. Probably does relate to traffic.
Yeah, and how do you normally, you consider that as part of the landscape assessment?
Yeah, I think of it as the effects are on rural amenity, and amenity encompasses so many things. But I think of it, if for those people that live there, they went to live there to enjoy that rural amenity. And while I understand the process of a plan change, their environment is going to change, and I think mostly for me it's the effects of that road, the traffic will be generated from the plan change activity.
Okay. And is that concern decreased, well, not decreased, but is it in any way addressed by the fact that there's going to be a change there irrespective because of the rerouting of the traffic?
Yes, and I think that, you know, I understand that road is going to get busier,
Mm.
but, and it was interesting listening to the acoustic expert, but in my mind, you know, a truck passing at 100 k's doesn't generate the same type of noise as a truck putting its exhaust brakes on and turning into and out of it. And I say that through experience because I live near a busy road. And
Okay. Um, I mean, how do you mitigate that apart from how it's been done essentially?
well, that's where my, you know, one entrance down the eastern end, I think that would take a lot of that away. But I'm only speaking from my landscape expertise on that.
Yeah. So your theory, but your rationale for that is simply that it takes that it avoids that through traffic, or that traffic is going into that, going along to Chain Road.
Also, it means the buns can be continuous. I think they're more effective that way.
So resilience and those sorts of things aren't something you take into account from a landscape perspective?
No, I understand the theory, but it's not something that's a transport resilience.
Okay. Was there anything that was identified from the submitters when you were here? That
I didn't hear them today, but I did review the written submissions.
Yeah, so you weren't here at all when we had residents.
Yes, I heard some.
Right.
But I was travelling.
Yeah. Okay. So was there anything there that was unexpected from your perspective?
No. No, there's nothing. I didn't hear anything new.
Okay. The rules that have been included to address the Department of Corrections concerns in relation to particular activities and not operating at night and those sorts of things. From a landscape perspective, how do they fit in?
Obviously, it would be an amenity effect, and yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Your report, let's check out. Okay, just going through your original report just briefly. So in your report, you considered that the assessment hadn't identified the rural residential character, particularly with the properties right across the road. Is that still your view, or is that being addressed?
No, I think through the mitigation that's been approached, that's been addressed. But I had felt that they're talking about rural land, but I was just making the point that it's actually a settled landscape that people live there.
And the rural objectives, you've taken those into account and it's a planning matter as well, but so you're indicating that, well, that's what's anticipated in the, called the receiving environment. Do you normally look at those objectives from, if you're looking at an application here which is going to go to business to a township, do you normally look at the rural, what the rural objectives and policies are trying to, whether there's this interface?
Well, if it's on that interface, then I think that's valid.
Yeah.
Because that's the values that those people that expect. I think that's.
And in terms of the discussions that you've identified, what's framed as the permitted baseline. Did you hear the discussions
Yes, I
I had yesterday?
Yes,
Yeah. Anything rising from those?
No, I think what Mr. Compton Moan said yesterday, that he clarified where he was coming from with that. It's just the way the report was written.
Okay.
That's why I raised that point.
Was there anything rising from those discussions in terms of urban design that I had as well? Did you listen in on those, or just the landscape one?
No, I listened to the urban design as well. No, there wasn't anything over and above what we discussed today.
Okay. You've addressed the eastern trees and your reasoning behind that. The concern you had about the trimmer height, trimmer access, trimmer access, is that remote?
No, that's been resolved.
Yeah. Right. All right, I think that's all I had, but thank you for your assistance. Report was helpful and discussion's been helpful. Thank you. All right. give me?
I have. I've got another copy if you want it.
Have you got a spare copy or not? Yeah, thank you. All right, you want to start with paragraph 4?
So this is in terms of the national policy statement for highly productive land. So in the section 42A report, I raised concern about the specific direction in clause 3.6. Subclause 3 of the NPS, sorry, that should be HPL.
Yep.
In terms of the reference to the housing and business assessment, and that it might not allow for the rezoning of that part of the site which contains class 3 soils. And I note this has been addressed in the applicant's legal submissions rather than in the evidence of Ms. Seaton. And I largely consider this to be a legal matter rather than a planning matter. The only point I'd note, I guess, over and above what I raised in my evidence, is that the most recent business development capacity, I do accept, was prepared under the previous national policy statement, not under the current national policy statement. Also note Mr. Mahatmo undertook an analysis of whether the land would also be considered highly productive in terms of clause 3.4 of the HPL. But the direction in this clause relates to the work required from the Regional Council, and until such time as they undertake the mapping exercise directed, the highly productive land is as defined in clause 3.57, but that's confirmed in the legal submissions in any case. In terms of noise effects, that was something that I considered needed to be addressed further, and Mr. Lethwaite has considered that in his evidence. The changes in noise from road traffic on two chain and Walkers roads. And briefly, my understanding of this is that traffic noise will increase as a result of the roading changes, which we've talked about. Irrespective of the development of this site, the increase from the traffic associated with this plan change is expected to result in an increase by 1 to 2 decibels at the eastern end of Two Chain Road and the southern end of Walkers Road, and a level at which he considers it would not be readily discernible. And the increase in nighttime traffic from the site is not expected to increase the maximum noise event, but increase the regularity of vehicle noise. And I just note at 7 that Mr. Reeves has addressed this in his summary statement and generally agrees that while traffic noise will increase as a result of the rezoning, it will be in the context of other increases resulting from changes to the traffic environment that will occur regardless.
Okay, nothing in our discussions that I have with Mr. Reeves. No. Okay. Yeah. Paragraph 8.
Just with respect to railway noise, I understand the noise associated with private sidings would need to meet plans noise limits, and Mr. Lethwaite considers they should be able to do so. And restrictions are also now proposed which limit the extent of rail sidings in proximity to the Two Chain Road frontage, and Mr. Reeves has confirmed he's satisfied that the noise effects from this aspect of the proposal can be adequately controlled at sensitive receivers. So I agree with Ms. Seaton that the evidence of Mr. Lethwaite indicates that while development of the site will result in increased noise levels for the residents, the increase will be small and it will be in addition to the other increases that will result from roading upgrades and additional heavy vehicle traffic that will occur regardless. As such, I accept that there will be an adverse effect, but I do not consider it to be of such significance to preclude the rezoning.
Okay, so you've looked at that in a cumulative sense.
I think, I guess there's two aspects. I guess one is that cumulative thing that yes, there will be a change experienced. Some of that change will arise regardless. Over and above that, I guess the question from my perspective is not, is there an adverse effect? Does it, impact the amenity? It's whether that's reasonable. And it's also, I suppose, in the context of this being a plan change, which is the Section 32 test, which is overall is the rezoning as a whole more appropriate than the current zoning. And I think with that, I don't think it has to be a no effect change. I think it's balancing that, yes, there will be an impact, but taking into account all the other factors, including particularly the economic evidence and the suitability of the site. I think it's balancing those together to come to that sort of conclusion that noise on its own, while it has an impact, is not
of such significance that it means that the rezoning is not appropriate. So paragraph 10 in terms of water supply. So I noted Mr. England's advice that there's only sufficient capacity to supply water to areas within the structure plan area, and stated my view that the applicant needed to demonstrate the ability to provide additional water as feasible. So I accept the evidence of Mr. Mahatma and Mr. McLeod that this is the case, and also noted that subject to this confirmation, the actual provision of water could be addressed by including a rule restricting subdivision of the site until a potable water supply is available, which is capable of serving the lots in the subdivision. And as Ms. Seaton has proposed such a rule and Mr. England has confirmed that it has addressed his concern, I'm satisfied this matter has been addressed. Now, one of the questions that you asked Mr. England was around that question of, because it's a business site, not residential. There is a rule in the plan already, which is rule 16.3.1, which requires the provision of water to a building. Sorry, I'll just get the rule up. So it's a permitted activity to erect a building where it's connected to a reticulated water supply that complies with the drinking water standards. So I'd have to double check with Mr. England, but my general understanding of that is that if the council declined to make that connection because of the capacity, then that rule wouldn't be complied with, and therefore it would trigger a non-compliant consent. So I think from a belts and braces approach, the reason for including it, I guess, as a subdivision rule is it makes it clear that the discussion, I guess, that we've had in terms of Mr. England saying sort of you need to bring your own water, that subdivision rule just makes it, I think, a bit clearer. But in terms of, well, what if you put a building up before you subdivide it in this case? I think there's still a rule in the plan that addresses that in any case. So I think it's, yeah, belts and braces.
Okay, thank you.
So in section 7 of the section 42A report, I identified amendments recommended to the plan change should the hearings commissioner be minded to approve the plan change. And I confirm that the changes proposed in the evidence of Ms. Seaton address these matters, with the exception of the 3 matters which she's identified in her evidence, which is about limiting the road access to 2 Chain Road to 1 entrance, the landscape treatment on the road corridor frontage, and the requiring retention of the trees on the eastern boundary. With respect to the number of accesses along 2 Chain Road, I accept Ms. Faulkner's recommendation remains that a single entrance would be preferable in terms of mitigating effects on the amenity of residents along 2 Chain Road. However, I consider this needs to be balanced against other considerations, taking into account the transport evidence from both Mr. Collins and Mr. Fuller, as well as the urban design evidence of Ms. Lownstein. I'm comfortable with retaining the 2 accesses onto 2 Chain Road. I accept that this will have a potentially greater impact on the amenity of residents along 2 Chain Road, but note that this is in the context of other changes to the traffic environment which will occur regardless of Plan Change 80. So again, that's back to what we were discussing before. In my view, the effects on amenity are therefore not sufficient to outweigh the costs associated with limiting the site to 1 accessway of 2 Chain Road.
Okay, so what are the costs then? You're just talking about the resilience and the...
Yes, so it's the, I think from a transport perspective, it was the resilience that Mr. Collins talked about, but I think Ms. Lownstein also talks about, my recollection of her evidence is that there's a sort of a risk that if you're taking traffic off, trying to take them off the western end of 2 Chain Road, but you've got your cycleway, walkway,
CPT.
Yeah, that sort of thing.
CPT.
Yeah. I do think it's a balancing, this is one of those balancing things. I don't think it makes a difference to approving or declining the plan change. I think if you are more concerned about the potential effects on amenity, then the transport evidence is that it's still workable from a transport perspective, so it doesn't fall over. I guess from my perspective, I just think that where the balance lies from my perspective is probably more towards the 2 accesses.
Yeah, and is that guided by policies or just your your assessment, if you like?
I mean, ultimately, I suppose it is in it, in terms of, I think both Ms Faulkner and I have considered the overarching rural objectives and policies, and coming back to, I think, the discussion that you had yesterday with Mr Compton Moan, and then I think again with Ms Faulkner now, and Ms Seaton as well. I think that in assessing the impact of the plan change, we've taken into account, I guess, what the outcomes are sought for in the direction relating to the area that will remain rural. So I agree that I think there was a question raised earlier around, I agree that there's not a need to assess the change of use against the rural objectives and policies with respect to the site itself, because it's not the right process. But I think in terms of assessing the impact of the change and that overall question of whether it's more appropriate than the current zoning, then consideration of how it potentially impacts the outcome sought in other areas is important. So I think the amenity consideration is relevant because that's those objectives that are sought for those residents. But I think there are also objectives and policies in the plan around transport network efficiency, and it's sort of that balancing act between them. So just partway through that paragraph, noting Ms Faulkner's view that 2 entrances are preferable to 3, I consider the proposed rule 17.6x and 17.6.2 should be amended to provide as a permitted activity for 2 rather than 3 crossings. So the outline development plan has 2 crossings. There's a rule that provides a permitted activity for 3, but as has been discussed, whether the 3rd happens or not is unknown, but also its whereabouts. So my recommendation is that if a 3rd road crossing is proposed in future, that would trigger consent as a restricted discretionary activity. And I've just noted the matters of discretion there allow for consideration of the extent of the nature of any planting to mitigate potential impact on the amenity of the removal of that portion of the planting, the extent to which the sites and industrial activities within the zone become visible to sites outside the zone, and any cumulative effects of multiple breaks in planting. So the reason I guess I've recommended that is that in my view, it would allow for a case-by-case consideration of the impact of a potential 3rd road crossing, and it would, through those matters of discretion, the things that I guess Ms Faulkner has taken into account would be able to be considered by the council. So it doesn't preclude there being another crossing, it's just obviously it gets then into that assessment under a resource consent.
Is that what happened in PC 66? I'm just trying to recall, because that was an issue.
My recollection of that is yes, that it was a restricted discretionary activity for an access onto Madison's Road. It was the same, I think, rule in same breach. Yeah. So yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
So in terms of paragraph 13, with respect to the rail corridor frontage, I note Ms Seaton does not support this for practical reasons to allow for rail sidings. In her view, that the requirement is unnecessary given the lack of sensitivity of the rail corridor and state highway. As noted by Ms Faulkner, there are existing boundary landscaping requirements in the adjoining Business 2 area to the east of the site where that Business 2 zone boundary adjoins the railway. Taking this into account, as well as the length of the site, I consider some form of landscape requirement is reasonable, but I also consider that requirement needs to be practical and not preclude gaps for rail sidings. So in essence, I think there's a balance to be struck. And the next few paragraphs, sorry, there's a little bit of detail in them, but I've just explained there at 14 that some landscape requirements are controlled in the subdivision chapter, and that requires that common boundary treatment of the Business 2A zone and the rural zone as depicted, as set out in the landscape treatment areas identified on ODPs, and any principal building to be landscaped to the standards set out. And that rule is the one that is being used or amended to address the 2-chain road boundary. So requiring that planting is effectively undertaken at the time of subdivision. The note under the rule does allow for that to be, it requires it along the full extent, except across a rail or vehicle or pedestrian crossing. If that was applied to the site's southern boundary, an exception would be provided for the rail crossings, and if required, it could be amended to refer to rail sidings. But from discussions with Ms. Seaton, I understand that the issue with this to be the rule would still require landscaping to be undertaken at that time of subdivision, but the whereabouts of the breaks for rail siding might not be known at that stage. Notwithstanding that, I tend to agree with Ms. Faulkner that it's not a reason to justify the lack of planting along that boundary. So at 15, I've noticed that chapter 16 of the plan, which is the building rules related to buildings, also contains rules relating to landscaping, and rule 16.1.2.1 requires for principal buildings that are 3 metre landscaping strips provided along the road frontage. And that's how the landscaping along the Walkers Road boundary is to be implemented. And there are similar rules that apply to the planting required along the boundaries of the business 2 zone areas to the east, i.e. the ones that Ms. Faulkner's identified. So overall, I consider a similar rule could be applied to the railway boundary of the site, requiring planting to be established between any new principal building and the boundary with the railway reserve, except for areas proposed to be used for rail sidings. So the effect of their rule would be that landscaping wouldn't be required at the time of subdivision, but it would be required when buildings are established. This would result in potentially greater visual effects in the short term because the planting would be established later, but I consider that that would provide a better balance between mitigation of visual effects and providing flexibility in relation to the anticipated use of the site. With respect to requiring the retention of existing trees on the eastern boundary, Ms. Faulkner remains of the view that that would soften the bulk of the buildings and other industrial structures when viewed along the road and rail corridor and result in higher quality outcomes. And based on Ms. Faulkner's advice, I continue to consider this to be appropriate. So the only thing I think to add to that was, I guess, just to reiterate, I think in Mr. Compton-Mon's evidence, I think he talked quite a bit about the road, the state highway not being a sensitive environment, and talked about the residential properties to the south. And I think that was clarified by Ms. Faulkner, but just to reiterate that her advice isn't about mitigation of effects on those residential properties. It's actually about that road corridor and the fact that that's a long boundary that effectively is an entrance into the urban environment, and avoiding that sort of perception of people driving into the getting a view of the back of the buildings. And the only other thing, just in terms of landscaping that arose today, I think there was a question around what's proposed for Walkers Road in terms of the correction site and what's proposed for 2 Chain Road. I just wanted to identify that I think that needs to be considered in the round, and that what's proposed for Walkers Road is a lesser landscape mitigation, but that's because of what the Department of Corrections have identified. Whereas for the 2 Chain Road, it's quite a comprehensive mitigation, including fund and additional planting. So I think that those two, there are 2 different, I guess, packages of mitigation proposed, but I think that that takes into account the nature of those as different.
It's only really the Department of Corrections land that's affected on that boundary, isn't it?
That's correct, yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. Actually, just while we talk, I know you probably go on to talk about it in terms of the objective. Also.
Yeah. So at 18, Morrisdale, while supporting the proposed rule package, seeks a new objective and policy be inserted to the plan relating to the prison site. Based on the numbering of the provisions, I understand what is thought is effectively the insertion of a new subsection into the district plan, but to be consistent with the drafting and format of the current plan, an entire new subsection would be required to support that. So there's identification of the issue, the strategy and the methods. And no Section 32 analysis of the provisions was provided by Mr. Dale, nor an assessment of why additional provisions are required. So I think he made a comment in a summary that there was a gap in the current framework, but there wasn't any analysis of the existing provisions and how that gap arose. So in my view, the changes proposed to apply to the site in relation to its interface with the prison site are related to better achieving objective B3.4.1, which seeks that the district townships are pleasant places to live and work in, reflecting that the Rolleston prison site is a place where people live. I also consider the provisions will assist in implementing policy B3.4.6b, which directs that business 2A zones are provided to cater for business activities requiring large footprint buildings and or sites, but which have sufficient provisions to safeguard people's health and well-being. And policy 3.4.10, which directs that noise in all zones does not adversely affect the health or well-being of people. In this case, the evidence has identified that in this particular context, additional measures are required to better address the potential effects of activities in the PC80 site on the well-being of residents at the prison site. So I therefore agree with Ms. Seaton that it's more appropriate to include an additional paragraph in the explanation and reasons to that policy, which explains the reason for the additional rules that are proposed in response to the policy. So I've come to the same conclusion as Ms. Seaton in terms of the appropriateness of that, and that it is already addressed, but there might be ways to link back to that policy to make it clear.
Yeah, I had that discussion with Ms. Seaton about, well, the plans are not going to be around, and you won't have those reasons and explanations.
No, that's true, but I think that will also be the same of the other interfaces because there are other rules in relation to the business 2 interface in the area that you'll lose the explanation to those. And I think that's just the nature of the way that drafting of plans is changing.
But this is there is sort of reliance on this to address the issues that have been identified in terms of the lack of an objective policy. And if that disappears, then you'd be back to the vacuum situation.
Yes, although I guess there's a question in my mind as to when the proposed plan becomes operative, would you lose that objective in policy in any case because you pick up the general industrial zone framework? So, yeah. I think the other thing is also that the objective and policy are very site specific, and in general you don't have that level of specificity about one site and another site at that objective and policy level in general in the plan. So it's also, I think, inconsistent in that regard that you're then getting into policies for a policy for every rule, whereas I think that the objective and the policy as they currently are, that's already what those rules are actually seeking to achieve in any case.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the explanation's not is helpful, but not but the objectives policies that are there are as Ms. Seaton said, they are sufficient anyway.
Yes. Yeah, that's what I think.
Okay.
So at 20, in terms of the matters I identified needed to be addressed in order for the plan change to be approved, I consider the noise effects and provision of water supply have been adequately addressed. In terms of the application of the MPS HPL, I consider this to be a legal question. If it does not preclude the rezoning of that part of the site which contains Class 3 soils, I consider PC80 should be granted. If it does preclude the area being rezoned, I consider PC80 can still be granted in part. Either way, I recommend the additional amendments proposed by Ms. Seaton be included in addition to the ones that I've set out as follows. If I can just add to that, one that I've missed, and I apologise, is that the list should also include Ms Faulkner's recommendations in her paragraph 8 in terms of just expanding that landscape 5 treatment rule to include the 2 things that she identified. I think that's just a case of amending the new rule under 24.1.3.13, which is just about managing and maintaining the dense visual screening and the replacement of dead or dying trees. So that's a clause that's actually in the other landscape treatment rules already. So it's just a case of replicating that.
Okay, so yeah, just so I'm clear on that, where would that just needs to be added, is it?
So Ms Seaton's proposed a new landscape treatment 5 rule, which has some standards. So it would just be a case, I think, of adding an additional clause to that that's similar to the clauses that already apply to the other landscape treatment areas. So my first recommendation, so the first bullet point under 21, is the requirement to provide landscaping along the road corridor frontage except where rail sidings are to be located. It could be achieved by an additional notation on the ODP identifying a landscape requirement along the boundary and the addition of a rule in chapter 16. So I've just set that out there. I won't go through it, except to say that it largely mirrors what would apply in the landscape treatment 4 area, which is what Ms Faulkner's recommended. But as I discussed earlier, it would sit in the land use chapter rather than being required at the time of subdivision. And Ms Faulkner has advised the species of trees that she thinks would be appropriate to include. And the only other difference between that and landscape treatment 4 is just at clause C, is just recognising that if the species are oak, they wouldn't need to be spaced so close together. And just to be clear, that clause A is intended to provide for that exception for where there is a rail siding or where the planting would obstruct sightlines. Second bullet point is that around the requirement to retain the existing trees on the eastern boundary, again, could be achieved by an additional notation on the ODP identifying trees along this boundary and an amendment to rule 24.1.3.14 to refer to that. And I've just set out the drafting there. And then an amendment to proposed rule 17.6.x and the related rule 17.6.2, and that's just to do with the permitting 2 road crossings rather than 3, and therefore triggering a consent requirement for a 3rd.
Right, so your ultimate conclusion or recommendation is?
I recommend that the plan change be granted. In terms of the HPL question, I guess that's only applicable to part of the site as to whether that precludes that, but I don't think it precludes the rest of the site. And I think that the other matters that are not in agreement between the applicant's experts and the council experts are not of such significance that it means that the plan change shouldn't be approved. It's just a question of the level of mitigation.
Have you had a chance to have a think about the HPL yet in terms of from a planning perspective? Have you really looked at it?
Not any further than I did in the 42A report, which I think was working through that test. It'll be interesting, I think. How that
Yeah, no, it's an interesting document.
I think my observation from having worked through it in the context of this plan change is that although there was a lot of discussion around it taking into account the NPSUD, I'm not entirely convinced that they're all that well aligned.
No.
But that is what it is in terms of that's a issue that I can't resolve. We can't resolve.
No, there's right. You always Tony and Charlie, so you always get the least questions. I'll just go and check. Well, just to there's considerable emphasis put on the value of the rail sidings and their importance, but there's nothing which makes them a must-have. Do you have a view on that? Whether there needs to be something more to, and I know we've got the business case and the customer demands and all those sorts of things are going to mean that it's if it is granted, it's more likely than not anyway that that's going to have to be part of it. But there's a lot of reliance on that in terms of the overall assessment of the plan change.
I suppose I've thought about it in the context of two things. One is that overall Section 32 question of whether the rezoning is more appropriate. And I think in that sense, I've given some weight to the ability for rail sidings to be used because that is a feature of the site that you don't get with other sites. So it's an additional benefit that I think is quite important in that overall consideration. I'm just trying to remember what the second thing was. Sorry, I lost my train of
No,
thought.
that's right. Just the importance of it, whether it needs to be, because that when you look at so much of the expert evidence, whether it's from economists or whether it's from transport or whether it's from greenhouse gases, on the basis of this, that we've got the opportunity now to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, etc., and yeah, there's the opportunity there, but there's nothing which tells me that is going to be the outcome.
I've remembered my second train of thought, which is convenient because it responds to that.
Okay.
I think it's that. I mean, ultimately, a district plan is a framework that can facilitate things, but it's limited in, I guess, requiring things. So it provides a framework for activities.
ODPs do require things, don't they?
They do, but they can't force someone to develop a site.
No.
And that is more what I'm talking about. So I think in this sense, the rezoning and the ODP enable the rail sidings to be established. But as you say, they don't require it. But in the same way as an industrial zoning could facilitate an innovation and logistics hub, but it doesn't require that specific type of land use activity is established. So to me, I think it's more about the fact that it facilitates that and that other sites can't do that, rather than it being the role of the district plan to necessarily require that happens.
Okay. So just part of the overall weighing up that it could or is likely to happen, or that it could happen, so that it's something which can be an outcome. Okay. The other thing was just in terms of the discussions I had with Ms. Seaton, and I'm sorry if you've addressed this, but in terms of the rules that have been incorporated for the corrections, with a modified form of those could be appropriate to address the issues arising for the residents opposite Two Chain Road. The nighttime one was one. Did you give thought to that?
Only, I guess only briefly as a result of the discussion with submitters. I guess I've been reliant on two things. One, in terms of, I guess, that landscape impact, and so visual effects and that effects on characters obviously being considered by Ms. Faulkner. And in terms of, I guess, the landscaping that's being proposed for the Two Chain Road, which is quite substantial and differs in that regard from the Walkers Road mitigation. I think that is appropriate to address that based on Ms. Faulkner's recommendation. And then I think Mr. Lethwaite and Mr. Reeves have considered noise. And again, I guess come to the conclusion that yes, noise will change, but it will change anyway. And that's, I guess, just part and parcel of the change that is and will occur. And in that sense, I think I'm not sure that the additional rules would be required, therefore, to address those effects.
But they're not required for corrections either, are they? Certainly, which is more distant and not more distant, but you know.
I think though that's where coming back to that point that I think what's proposed for Walkers Road in terms of landscaping is different. So it's only that 3 metre strip, and that was in part because that recognises from the discussion that the applicant had with the Department of Corrections that for them, while that might help mitigate noise and visual effects, it doesn't work from them from a perspective of the throwing contraband and stuff over. So that, in my understanding, is that's in part why that alternate package has been proposed, is to reflect that taking into account that the specifics of that land use and that interface, that's a package to address the effects. The package on the Two Chain Road, I think, has been more focused on that, on the bund and the landscaping. And from a noise perspective, I haven't understood the noise experts to have a concern. I think the discussion with the noise experts was actually more around the traffic noise, which I don't think would be altered by that additional land use rules. So I'm not opposed to it.
No.
I just think it's not simply a case of necessarily saying, oh, if you're applying it to the prison site, you just pick it up and plonk it over there. I think it needs to be considered in the round as to whether additional mitigation is required, and if so, if that's the appropriate mitigation.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at the list of activities that are in theory permitted in the zone, and I think when I spoke to the seat about it, they're quite scary, aren't they, from a resident's perspective? And whether there are some of those that, even if it's in terms of activity status, might be appropriate to consider along there. So I haven't made up my mind about that at all, but it's just I've put it out for people to consider.
Yeah,
So
I don't.
Your view is not appropriate, not necessary.
I'm not opposed to it. So I don't I wouldn't have an issue with it being applied in proximity to the Two Chain Road boundary. I'm just conscious, I guess, that there are other areas of the business 2A zone which interface with the rural zone and with rural residential properties.
To the same degree as this?
I'd probably have to look more specifically. But I think my recollection was that you had, in terms of plan change 66, there were some rural residences.
Yeah, there was that sort of area in between though, wasn't there, with a lot of them from memory? I don't know.
Yeah. Well, yeah, as I say, I'm not
Okay.
opposed to it.
All right, well, I'll have to think about that too. I don't think I have anything more, Ms. White, so thank you for your assistance. Yeah. yeah, way forward from here. I think I'll have to have a think and issue a minute early to mid next week.
And particularly points you might
Yeah, yeah.
commentary
Mm. And so,
and it can be, site visit and some of the submissions are going to be to come back.
Yeah.
with comments.
Yep,
So,
yeah. And you'd want those back before closing?
yes.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll have a think about that, and as I say, I'll get something out early to mid next week with some directions on.
Yes, and perhaps the other thing is we're going to provide you some information that might help with the site visit, as Mr. Cotton's plan, this
Yeah.
vital to.
Yeah, yeah.
You'll see obviously for yourself when you go out,
Mm.
but where the LUC land is
Mm.
in relation to those.
No,
titles.
that's very helpful. Yeah.
For the site, is a slight health and safety issue? Would you be happy for Mr. Van Dyne to take?
Well, he's done it before, and he's very good at not speaking about merits. So I'm more than happy. Yeah, he doesn't give he doesn't try to give any extra evidence. So yeah, I'm more than happy for that. Okay. Well, thank you all for your assistance. There's actually been a lot of information in the space of 2 days. So yeah, and it's everyone's done a good job. So thank you for that. And I shall issue a minute early to mid next week. Thank you.